Good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming today. And this is the Swanee River Water Management District Governing Board meeting and public hearing. It is April 14th at 9 o'clock. And if everyone would rise, please, for invocation and pledge.
Heavenly Father, thank you for this day, Lord. Father, we see ourselves in a time of crisis in our country. Father, I pray for a unity and bringing the people back together. We can sort out our differences, unite once again in the greatest civilization ever known to man. Father, and that's because it was founded in your name under biblical principles. Father, I pray for our eyes to be opened at what's going on around us and be for more good than evil. Father, I pray for this staff, this board, as we proceed with the business before us today. Father, I pray for more truth in our lives, more transparency in this country. In Jesus' name we pray.
Amen. Okay, this meeting is also available in person or is open to the public with the YouTube. So if you aren't here, you can reach us on YouTube. And we'll go ahead with a roll call. Here.
Mr. Keith?
Here.
Mr. Schwab?
Here.
Mr. Smith?
Here.
Mr. Sessions?
Here.
Mr. Thompson?
Here.
Mr. Lloyd?
Here.
Mr. Wheeler? Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there any amendments to our agenda today?
No amendments to the agenda.
Thank you. Is there a motion to accept the agenda as written?
Make that motion, Chair.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, like sign. This time we'll open to public comment. I've got a couple of cards here. The first one is Mr. Moses. Thank you.
Moses Klepper, 14581 102nd Path, Live Oak. Of course, I'm here on the putting toxins in our aquifer. It's interesting, this journey we're on. Once again, I appreciated Mr. Keith's prayer this morning, and I hope all of us listen to it. It applies. I think maybe he was speaking about the circumstances around the globe and Iran specifically and all, and but the crisis is local as well. If we poison our own selves, voluntarily, that's a horrendous thing. And to listen to the science, like we did in COVID, the millions of people that died, and they're proving it every day, that I see the similar thing here, There's other choices. I was really disappointed in Mr. Thomas and his cohort from St. John's River Water Management District when they stood up there at that propaganda episode out there at the U.S. facility on 417. When one of them, and I didn't make notes today, but I was sitting there in my car watching it. I couldn't hear it, but I later saw it on the news. One of them said, "We got to do this one. This is the only option of the 100 options that y'all had to consider. We got to do this one," and that scared them farmers to death, that you're going to go up 30 or more percent, cut your water 30 or more percent. When the whole time, back in the 20s or whenever it was when they drained the cypress swamps up there north of 10 and all over, which was a natural recharging for our aquifer. Hopefully y'all considered that one. Damn them, they drained the swamps to harvest all them cypress. Dam them swamps back up. Let nature, God gives us rain. I mean, I've got a me-made sinkhole where I took 2 old water oaks out of my interior fence recently. And curiously, every time it rains, even when it's less than an inch over a month, my sinkhole, my depression there holds water, and it recharges the aquifer, and it's only 30 foot in diameter, and it gets inches deep in rainwater. Well, those cypress swamps, they were naturally recharging. The DEP, I understand, is holding off on recharging wells. That's something hopefully y'all got influence on. Y'all got contacts with, use some science to open up some more of those recharging wells in areas where there's not pollution from cars and agriculture and all that. There's none of that up there in them swamps. That's what we need. We need some sort of filter to keep all the debris from going down in there. The minimum flows in the Itchituttony and the lower Santa Fe, that will be eliminated. Mr. Sessions' desalinization over there in the St. John's, where they're using drinking water to cool those JEA facilities, when they could good and well cool that recycle that water by cooling it, run them pipes underground, cooling it. There's all sorts of science that could eliminate the situation where we're in, where we're not going to have to spend $1 billion to pump wastewater over here, reclaimed, whatever you want to call it, add toxins to our drinking water. That's a horrendous idea, folks. Y'all know it. I've thought about this quite a while. I've done a quick survey on each one of you. I don't see either one of y'all being devious and with ill intent. But, you know, like the pandemic, when the scientists led us astray, and I personally have, and I imagine y'all at least know someone that took those dadgum vaccines and wound up and the treatment that Fauci led them to use, the remdesivir and those oxygen dependencies that killed some of my loved ones because they followed the science. And so we're in the similar situation here. Y'all got the authority. I've come to the conclusion, y'all the only ones. I said it last time I was here. Y'all the only ones that stopped this fiasco. But when you got the main guy up there saying you got to do this one, all right, I want to see the other 98 or 99 studies that was done. I want to see them. If this is the only one out of the 100 that is feasible, I really want to see. I want to have opportunity to review personally. And again, I have a degree in health science, so I'm not utilizing that degree, but it's taught me to think in a certain way, and it's bad. You can't add toxins to a water source and it be safe. That's the bottom line, folks. And that nobody has proven to me or even claimed that the water that they plan to inject into our aquifer after it's done all the bogus treatments, that it's going to be as pure or more pure than the water going into our aquifer, or they'd keep it themselves, folks. Do the right thing.
Thank you. You're going to not have information or clapping from the audience, please. That way everybody has their opportunity to speak and without disturbance. Lisa Keep?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And first, I just want to say I'm sorry for all of you, because where we are today is just the result of things that have been happening for decades. And it's all been building up until feel we're at a crisis point that you are now responsible for figuring out, although many of the decisions were made by other people a long time ago. In looking up about this project, which at any rate, I found a statement that said a 2009 St. Johns River Water Management District statement indicated that desalinations was an almost certain future in Jacksonville. And so that was a really long time ago. And I guess, I don't know why. If it's an almost certain future, you would think that planning for that almost certain future would be done, the groundwork would be laid. we're very fortunate, I guess, in a way, because the technology for desalination has come such a long way in recent years that other localities are finding it as a reasonable alternative, especially for brackish water. People are finding there are ways to sell the brine, for example, the elements in the brine. So I would encourage you, if you have rejected that option before for some reason, to please look at it again. Florida's population is only growing. We can't tell people they're not allowed to come here. So Jacksonville's population will continue to grow, and we can't make God put more rainwater on our state. So the water has to come from somewhere, and just recycling it through, even if this project went through, is not going to solve that problem of needing more water. So I would encourage you to, and one solution is probably not the solution either. I think we need a multifactorial way to address a lot of things, and one of them would be desalination, which if we don't start now, we're going to be in the same boat where somebody 25 years from now is going to be saying, well, we really should have done that. But other things as well, certainly water conservation, because again, we only control the outflow of the water. God controls the inflow of the water. So we have to steward the water. And Jacksonville has the population of 20 Suwannee counties. And they have lawns and decorative plants. I don't know people here who water a lawn. There may be a few. But I believe that the vast majority of our water here is used in agriculture. And we all like to eat, so that's a pretty important purpose. But I would encourage you to do something like, I would consider it creative, like to partner with the Florida Native Plant Society and to provide micro grants to people in anywhere in the state, really, but certainly in the Jacksonville area, micro grants to replace non-native plants that need water with native plants that never need water. My yard is, somebody originally planted St. Augustine grass, but it's turning into something that has more natives because we have never watered here in 20-something years. Native plants live with whatever God puts on the ground. So I would encourage that as one of the things, one of the many things that ought to be done. Now, people are clearly worried about what could be in the water, and we get reassurances, but the problem is we're humans. Humans always fail. Nothing is 100%. I'm a physician. Sadly, physicians sometimes kill people. So scientists are imperfect, just like everybody is imperfect. Filtering systems are imperfect. All human-made systems are imperfect. We've been told that the water system in Jacksonville is under a consent decree because of already exceeding some limits. That is likely to happen with this project as well, with the water piped over here. And then somebody is just an average person, but went to that thing at the research station and is convinced that if the water does not meet those standards, it will not be pumped anywhere. But it has to go somewhere. By law, it's not going to be allowed to be put to a non-beneficial use. This is going to be considered a beneficial use. You can't just collect 40 million gallons of water a day somewhere. If you could do that, you would be doing that already. So even if it exceeds limits, it's likely going to be coming here. And you may have seen in Tallahassee where some people are claiming that rural water wells are now contaminated with PFAS chemicals because spray of treated wastewater was put onto agricultural land. So our problem over here is we're not the ones using all the water for decorations. And our wells that are on our land are our drinking water source that we don't test for PFAS because it would be difficult to impossible and extremely expensive. But we have to suffer the consequences of if something happens bad because of water coming from a place where we don't live. So the problem is a Jacksonville problem as I see it. All the people and almost all the money are in Jacksonville and all the water usage is over there. And yet we're being asked to accept unknown unknowns. Some of the risks we can figure out. Some are going to be unexpected, but you could have figured them out. But if you remember Donald Rumsfeld, people laughed when he said it, but there are always unknown unknowns because we're humans. And so we're being asked to accept the risk of the unknown unknowns, or perhaps even some of the knowns, for a problem that we don't see as our problem. So I would encourage you to look at, at the meeting of the Suwannee County Republican Party, we've had various speakers who have come up, as Moses said, with some other partial solutions. None of them is a 100% solution. But if we could look at multiple partial solutions, perhaps this wouldn't be necessary, or if it were still somehow considered necessary, not for perhaps 40 million gallons of water a day. I'm unsure. But at any rate, I thank you for the opportunity to speak, and good luck to you in trying to figure out a difficult problem at a difficult time.
Thank you. Let's see, the next card is Janet Mesher.
I just wanted to express, my husband is a physician, and I just wanted to express what he told Corey Simon. His major concern was that the antidepressants and the hormones that can't be totally filtered out of this water will be coming here. And when we looked into more studies, there were significant effects on the wildlife here. For example, there was one study that had frogs jumping out of the way of predators and stuff. To me, that would make that area of frogs extinct. The same thing for fish. There were so many hormones in this one pond that it turned all the fish female, can't reproduce. So these are the things that he was concerned about because 80% is simply not good enough. All right, the second thing was, I think this is, again, a Jacksonville problem. They created it, they need to solve it. It's really nice that you all want to help them out. But when I did some research yesterday on Jacksonville Electric Authority, they violate a lot of stuff. I went through a lot of their water treatment plants. There's lots of E. coli every month, just about they're dumping some water somewhere, either in water or on land somewhere. They documented, this is all, reported to the EPA. And it seems to me that there were not a lot of violations last fall, but this first quarter, a lot of violations and a lot of excess stuff that they actually monitor got into their water system. I assume the St. John's or something like that. I just don't think that it's why. Oh, the other thing was taxpayers. This is their problem. I understand that taxpayers want to help out, but I don't see why me taking tainted water from them, affecting my well-being, et cetera, damage to the environment is simply not worth it. I grew up in Boston in the early 90s. There was a problem with the Charles River. It was a main river that went through and dumped into Boston Harbor, went through the islands, and went on. What they decided, it started back in the 80s, but still, let's clean up our river. And it took them over 20 years. They're still in the process of cleaning it, but it is like 90% clean. People can swim in it. You can fish. You can eat the fish. And what they did was they had concerted, they stopped all the towns from dumping their treated sewer into the river. They built a facility, an expanded facility for water treatment. They closed down the old broken one, and they built a pipeline under the ocean floor, almost 10 miles out in the ocean, and it just lets the water go out there, and I assume it drifts off up to Maine and Nova Scotia and beyond. But that was a solution for them, and that helped clean up not only their harbor, it also created tourism, their tourism for boating, doing anything on the river or in the Boston Harbor really helped their economy. I mean, it was in the millions of dollars. So that was it. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming. Let's see, another card here is Mr. Quarterman.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I gave you a letter, which you probably have there in front of you. Not going to read the whole thing because you can do that yourself. I'll just hit the high points. I'm John Quarterman. I'm here as the Suwannee Riverkeeper, trying to do what we can in the 10,000 square miles of the Suwannee River Basin in Georgia and Florida. I've repeatedly heard board members and staff say that opponents of Water First North Florida are just repeating misinformation. Well, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. It's this board and the St. John's Board and JEA that are promoting this extraordinarily complex, expensive, and opaque project. The burden of proof is not on the opponents. The burden of proof is on the proponents. So, as you no doubt know, because I assume they're sending them to you, many elected officials representing people of the Suwannee River Basin oppose Water First North Florida. 5 county commissions and the town council of Branford so far, there's more coming, have passed letters or resolutions in opposition. The 12-county river task force, which was originally formed to deal with Valdosta wastewater, has now also taken up this issue of treated or reclaimed, or whatever you want to call it, wastewater from Jacksonville into the Suwannee Basin. They passed a resolution against it, as did its parent body, the North Central Florida Regional Planning Council. They represent all of the counties in the Suwannee River, in the Suwannee River Water Management District, all of them. Madison County and Branford call for a moratorium on Water First North Florida until further study. The task force and the council effectively call for the same thing, they just don't use the word. And the people themselves are overwhelmingly against Water First North Florida, as you saw at IFAS in Live Oak, and those of you who went to, for example, the Columbia County Commission, and as you see it in these meetings here, for example, today. Now, there is a real problem of lower levels and flows in springs and rivers. And I do thank y'all for holding those many meetings on MFLs, which I went to most of them, and I videoed some of them and posted them, and I spoke and I put comments. So it's a real problem. Anyone can see that by just going out and looking at the rivers and springs. But there are better solutions than Water First North Florida. Dennis James Price, the practicing geologist, I wrote it down wrong, didn't I? PG of Hamilton County, has for years proposed digging aquifer injection wells at the overflows of wetlands at the bottom of Planet Pine drainage ditches. And I've seen no evidence that that possibility was even considered amongst the options before we settled on Water First North Florida. I've heard him say that he was told some years ago, probably around the 2017 timeframe, that US EPA wouldn't allow it because water would have to be treated. If that's so, okay, what will get into that water? You know, wildlife, for example. Okay, why won't that happen with Water First North Florida, putting water into wetlands in the Suwannee Basin? So I recommend that you take this back up and review and consider it. And as everyone knows, no one contests this, the biggest withdrawer of groundwater in the subject area is the city of Jacksonville, but it could decrease or cease doing so in at least 3 ways. Number 1, potable reuse. You know, there's state law and there's rules about that. Treat the wastewater enough to feed it back into Jacksonville's drinking water supply. And if it's not that clean, why should the Swanee Basin accept it to go into wetlands, to seep into the groundwater, to come back up in drinking water wells? Number two, river water. If Philadelphia can get drinking water from the Schuylkill River, Jacksonville can get it from the St. Johns River. It turns out the Clay County Utility Authority, back in 2016, considered that as one of its options. At the time, it thought it was too expensive. But there are now 41 brackish water desalination plants in South Florida, according to the South Florida Water Management District. If they can do it, Jacksonville can do it. Number three, seawater desalination. According to a document sent to me by the district, thank you for that, that seawater desalination was rejected because of cost, difficulty of dealing with the brine byproduct, and because it does not help with SB 64. SB 64 is the St. Johns District's problem, not the Suwannee District's problem. But as far as the other problems, the Texas Harbor Desalination Facility produces 100 million gallons per day of drinking water, more than the 40 million gallons a day from Water First North Florida. And there are other examples in California. And of course, it turns out that Florida has the most desalination plants in the country. Tampa does it. There are 2 seawater desalination plants in South Florida, and it only took me a couple of hours to turn up a dozen seawater desalination plants in the Middle East and Australia that produce more million gallons a day, and they all cost less per million gallon a day than Water First North Florida. And I've seen no evidence that any of those plants were considered before seawater desalination was rejected. And so I'm asking y'all to please publish the results of the brackish and seawater desalination study that includes all of these and other comparables, and see if you come to a different conclusion. And I'm told by the St. Johns District that each million gallon per day reduction in Jacksonville's water withdrawals would only have a fractional effect on levels and flows in the Suwannee Basin, because of distance and because of the high potentiometric level in between. Okay, that may be true, but what would be the effect of reduced Jacksonville withdrawals combined with the planted pine wetland wells? I've seen no such study. Okay, as far as SB 64, which, as you know, says that outflows from wastewater plants can't go into rivers starting in 2032 unless it's basically drinking water quality. Well, JEA could use the same loophole in SB 64 that fits Water First North Florida and put it into wetlands in the St. Johns District without any 60-mile pipeline to ship it across Trail Ridge. And that would also increase the level in the aquifer to some amount. And they're bigger costs than money from JEA or the districts or even the state. As Suwannee County wrote, once the spigot is turned down, it is impossible to predict the consequences which will impact literally every person in the area. Our citizens should not suffer the consequences of such hubris. I deal with 33 counties in Georgia and Florida in the Suwannee Basin. I don't go to all of them, but go to a lot of county commissions. I've never seen a county commission use that word before, hubris, overweening pride. And I ask you to think again. I ask you to correct, this is another quote, the utter disrespect that has been shown to the board and citizens of Hamilton County, unquote. This board has the power to halt Water First North Florida. I've heard some people say, well, maybe not. Well, I think you do. And if you don't, please show us where in the law it says that you don't. At the very least, you need to investigate at least all the above considerations with independent third-party scientists and engineers involved for peer review. Not like what happened in 2024, which I found out about in that same document that the district sent me. There were 6, what they called facilitated workshops with decision makers from the partnership about what turned out to be Water First North Florida. The public never knew about any of these. The public was not invited. Oh, and by the way, it said they had over 800 initial alternatives. I want to know what those are. I'm going to file an open records request and see if somebody can tell us. So please do, as I mentioned, independent third-party scientists and engineers involved for peer review with public notices and public hearings. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, we have just one more public comment. Haley Hall.
Thank you. My name is Haley Hall. I live in O'Brien. I would like to echo the concerns that the Riverkeeper put forward to you today and also encourage more study of desalination options, particularly more modern examples than 2018. I understand the technology's come a long way since then. And when people bring up desalination, they always talk about, the brine. And there are emerging markets in managing the brine, and that seems like a great area for Jacksonville to explore those markets, and that would help our springs over here. And so there's really, to put all our eggs in the basket for Water First, for the MFL, just seems risky. It seems risky to rely on one big infrastructure project. It's going to take so long to even see the benefit from it versus a desalination. You can get that online quicker. And now I want to talk about the water quality. I want to echo the concerns that people have mentioned about the quality of the water going into the ground. I understand that only drinking water contaminants are going to be monitored, which there's a whole slew of emerging contaminants and pharmaceuticals and forever chemicals that I'm really, hormones, birth control residuals, drugs. And it's an interbasin transfer of waste from Jacksonville to the Swanee Basin. And so we have our own water quality concerns here in the basin. I'd be the first one to tell you about that. But this is Jacksonville waste coming over here. And it's infrastructure, it's a pipe sending it. And so what standards are going to be met? They're only going to be monitoring for water quality. And so there's things that won't be tested for. And then if they're not meeting the standards they say they're going to meet, are they actually going to turn that pipe off? Where's that water going to go if it's not meeting the standards to go into the ground here? Where would they put it instead? That's unclear to me at this point. Also, this MFL is for the Lower Santa Fe and Ichetucknee. The Ichetucknee, that's an outstanding Florida spring. It has a BMAP, you all know this. So the groundwater quality for that area, it's mandated for 0.35 parts per million. That is for the health of the springs. And so they're not going to be able to get it that low. It really doesn't look like it. For it to go on top of the ground and at 0.35, that doesn't seem too likely to me. If it is, someone please correct me. And if you're putting it on the ground above 0.35, that is really defeating the whole purpose. And it's a partnership to restore these springs. And so if the state is going to be, for its portion that it's putting back, if it's not meeting that standard, that's directly putting more responsibility on the farmers, more responsibility on the municipalities, more responsibility on everyone else in that partnership to get the levels even lower, because then they have to accommodate for what the state isn't doing. And so I just really hope that you guys can use whatever power and whatever capacity you have to oppose Water First North Florida. And we need not just one solution, we need a myriad of solutions. And we can have that tapestry of solutions that would be more resilient. For example, Stacy Greco in Alachua County has a great program about reducing urban lawn irrigation. And I would love to see Jacksonville reduce their groundwater consumption by adopting a similar program. And so we don't need all the eggs in the basket. Please oppose this however you can. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, at this time, we're going to close public comment. I've got one more card, but I believe it's for a future item. And we'll go on to our consent agenda. Everyone had time to study up. Is there a motion on our consent agenda?
I'll make that motion, Madam Chair.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. Motion carried. All right. Hydrologic conditions.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'd like to present the hydrologic conditions report for March 2026. My thanks this month goes out to Mr. Hugh Thomas. He sent me some great photos of his recreation out on the Santa Fe River a couple weekends ago, I believe it was. He snapped this great photo of Post Springs, just basically from the river, but I think it's a good photo in that it's representative of the issues we're having with this ongoing drought. In this photo, you can actually see the exposed limestone, some of the exposed trees. Then over here is the stair steps that usually used to go down right into the water, but you can see there's a nice little drop off here now due to the low water conditions. You can also see some of the ripples that this is creating here from the exposed limestone at Poe. But I think it's a great photo. Thanks again, Hugh, for sending me some photos for this. I also think it's a great way for us to start our hydro report for March 2026. All right, rainfall for March 2026, we had a district-wide average of 1.4 inches, which was 69% less than that long-term average of 4.5 inches. We did increase our deficit significantly. We went from a 15.4-inch deficit at the end of February to a right at 20-inch deficit at the end of March. And that's due to moving that window of time forward. We lost 6 inches of rainfall roughly from March 2025 and only picked up this 1.4 inches for March of 2026. Taking a look at this map, the 1 to 1.5 inch range does encompass the district-wide average this month. Lower than average amounts, less than 1 inch was the first category, less than average. We see a lot of those blue colors throughout the district, really not much of a different pattern for that. Above average rainfall for the month, 1.5 to 2 inches in green, 2 to 2.5 inches in orange, 2.5 to 3 inches in red. And we did have some more than 3 inches. We did have some spots in the district of more than 3 inches. We see a big swath here through Jefferson and Madison counties. We see some over in Alachua. It's a little difficult to see, but there's a little part right here in Lafayette County and then also Columbia County and then down into Levy just outside of our district. The biggest rainmaker for the month was 2 days. It was actually the 15th and 16th. We had a big frontal system come through. We got a district-wide average of about 9/10 of an inch. That represents 62% of our rainfall for the month. So out of that 1.4 inches, we got almost 0.9 inches of rainfall in this 2-day period. That half an inch to 1 inch does represent the district-wide average for those 2 days. Less than the average amount in the light blue color. We see a lot of that in Dixie, Gilchrist, Levy, up into Columbia and Union counties and Alachua as well. Higher than average amounts, we see some greens in here, 1 to 1.5 inches, kind of scattered throughout the district. But the lion's share of the rainfall was up here in Jefferson and Madison counties, where we had anywhere from 1.5 to 2 inches in orange, 2 to 2.5 in red, and then this center part right here got more than 2.5 inches just in this 2-day period of rainfall. This is our departure from normal precipitation. This is from the 14th of March through the 12th of April. Our district, of course, is still seeing rainfall deficits, but at this point in time, for this past 30-day window, the majority of the district's seeing anywhere from 2 to 4 inches of rainfall deficit. There is a little spot here in Lafayette County where we're seeing 4 to 6 inches of rainfall deficit, but as we move over to the west, we do see anywhere from breaking even to about 2 inches of rainfall deficit in these counties over in the western part of our district. This is our comparison of district-wide monthly rainfall. I've shown this at the previous board meetings, but I think it's still a good graphic to show. This is also figure 1 in the report. As I mentioned earlier, we almost had 6 inches here in March of 2025. That is no longer in the calculation, so we start at April 2025 and go through March 2026. This is where we picked up only that 1.4 inches for the month. Interestingly about this, in the past 13 months, other than this March, May of 2025 was the last time we saw either at average or above average rainfall. Everything else since that time has been below average, and of course the average is illustrated by that dashed line on the graphic. Streamflow conditions for March 2026. really to be expected with this ongoing drought. A lot of our rivers began and ended the month in the less than 10th percentile, that much below normal. We did have some that began the month in the below normal, the 10th to 25th percentile, but fell into the less than 10th percentile by the end of the month. And those gauges include gauges on the Steinhatchee, Osceola. We've got Lappahat Jennings, Lappahat Statenville, and then up in the northern part of Georgia, northern part of South Georgia, Lappahat, and Little River. The Finholloway is the only one that we actually saw continue the month in the below normal range, the 10th to 25th percentile, from the beginning of the month to the end of the month. Upper Florida aquifer levels, this is for the end of February. I wanted to show this to compare with March. What we were seeing in February was an increase in that 10th to 25th percentile in that orange color on our map. We did still see some areas of that normal range, that 25th to 75th percentile, and we had 11 wells throughout the district that were in the below 10th percentile. And those include wells over in Madison, Suwannee, Dixie, Gilchrist, Columbia, Union, and just outside of our district in Alachua and Levy counties as well. So if we fast forward 1 month to current, this is the March 2026, you really see that big expansion of that 10th to 25th percentile. Most of our wells are trending downward at this point due to the lack of rain this past month. We do see some normal range wells, 25th to 75th percentile, but they're kind of getting few and far between. A lot of those that we saw in the normal range last month are now down to the 10th to 25th percentile. We do see 19 wells, so we're from 11 to 19 wells in that below 10th percentile range. And those include wells over in Taylor County, Madison, Suwannee, up in Columbia, Union, Gilchrist, Dixie, down into Levy and Alachua as well. All right, this is our district-wide flora and aquifer conditions. This is the percentiles that I like to report on. The percentiles are on the y-axis with the dates or the years on the x-axis. I went back after the previous board meeting and revisited some of the old hydro reports, so I was able to get some data that goes back to the year 2000. I believe it's November of 2000 was as far back as I could go, and you can kind of see there are some gaps in here where it wasn't reported, the percentiles for the month. But just taking a look at this, currently, as of this past Saturday, we are down to the 14.3%. The last time that we had a dry period was right before Hurricane Irma, and that was June of 2017. We were down to 27.2%, so we're a little bit lower than we were back then. Not quite as low as we were back in 2012 pre-Tropical Storm Debbie. We were down to 1 percentile, and I did find out that back in 2002, in June of 2002, we were down to the 2%. So we are higher than we were in the previous 2 droughts, but the last dry time we're a little bit lower than that. I wanted to take a look at a couple long-term wells. This first one is DOT Lake City well. I've plotted the manual readings along with the telemetry here. This is actually in figure 12B, but it gives a good picture of the long-term groundwater trends in that area. So currently we're sitting about 45 feet at this well. The lowest that we've got on record was 40 feet, and that was on the 25th of May back in 2012. It got rivaled by 2001. There was a low spot there. Also in the late 80s, early 90s, we had one as well. And then if you look back in the 1950s, we were just above 45 feet during that long-term drought back in the 50s. So we are definitely above here where we were back in the last few dry times. This is another well I wanted to take a look at. This is USGS Newberry. Once again, I've plotted the manual readings along with the telemetry here. We're sitting about 38 feet at this well currently. The lowest it got was 33, almost 34 feet, and that was back in the 22nd of June in 2012. Back in 2002, it rivaled that low as well. And then the 1950s, we're sitting about at the same spot we were back in the 1950s. All right, a U.S. Drought Monitor. This was released last Thursday, April 9th, really showing most of the district in that exceptional drought. And this was an expansion of that exceptional drought from the previous week. We do have some counties that are still listed in extreme drought, and those include Levy, Alachua, Bradford, and some parts of Union and Dixie. But for the most part, our district is seeing exceptional drought still on the U.S. Drought Monitor. I do expect for this exceptional drought to expand to the east of our district with the update this coming Thursday. We don't have any rain on the horizon that we can see, at least from the models that they've put out. So I do look for an expansion of this exceptional drought on the U.S. Drought Monitor. All right, let's talk a little bit about climate. So this is El Nino Southern Oscillation probabilities. The good news is we've left the La Nina behind. So we are now in what's considered El Nino Southern Oscillation neutral conditions. And that's expected to continue from April through June at about an 80% chance of occurrence. But we are looking to switch over into an El Nino, and that's going to happen sometime between May and July at about a 61% chance, and that El Nino is going to continue through at least the end of the year. The good thing about El Nino is not only does it inhibit hurricane formations in the Atlantic, which is definitely a good thing for us, it should bring us also a little bit more rainfall in our area. On average, El Ninos tend to give us a little bit more rainfall in our area. And there are talks that this could turn into what's known as a super El Nino, which means that the temperature over in the equatorial Pacific is greater than or equal to 2 degrees Celsius above the baseline. So it's going to be warmer over there. We could have the potential for a lot more rain in our area, but we'll have to wait and see just what happens on down the road with this El Nino. With that said, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's seasonal outlook for April through June has us listed as about a 33 to 40% chance of above normal rainfall. And that's taking into account the fact that we're about to get into our rainy season here. And with also the seasonal outlook for April through June for above normal temperature probabilities, this one's a little bit higher at about a 40 to 50% chance of basically the entire southeast in above normal temperatures for the next 3 months as well. All right, so it's that time of year. The Colorado State University has released their 2026 Atlantic hurricane season predictions. This happened, I believe it was last Thursday on April 9th. In the center here are the long-term average values, so 1991 to 2020, and then this is Colorado State University's predictions here. So for named storms, the average is 14. They are predicting 13. Hurricanes 7, they're predicting 6. And major hurricanes 3, they are predicting 2. So they're predicting a slightly below average hurricane season. And that has a lot to do with the fact that El Nino is going to come into play and inhibit a lot of that hurricane formation in the coming months as well. All right, our March 2026 summary, we had a rainfall amount of 1.4 inches. That was roughly 69% lower than that long-term average of 4.5 inches. We did increase our deficit significantly. We went from 15.4 inches at the end of February to a just about 20-inch deficit there at the end of March 2026. District-wide upper Florida and aquifer levels fell from the 20th percentile in February down to the 17th at the end of March, and we're currently sitting at the 14th percentile, so we've fallen quite a bit from that point too. We did have a median level decrease across our monitored wells of about 0.4 of a foot. As I mentioned, El Nino Southern Oscillation neutral conditions are currently present. They're favored to continue at about an 80% chance through April to June, but we do see high probabilities of an El Nino formation. That's favored to emerge somewhere from May to July at about a 61% chance of occurrence, and that's going to happen. Once it happens, it's going to continue with us throughout the year. Majority of the district is currently covered by exceptional drought. Once again, I do expect that to expand over to the east, but we do have some of the eastern counties now in the district showing extreme drought rather than exceptional drought. And finally, as I mentioned, Colorado State University does predict a slightly below normal 2026 Atlantic hurricane season, and that's due mainly to the fact that we look to have that strong El Nino as part of our climate coming on down the road. That, Madam Chair, I'll take any questions that the board may have.
Questions from the board? None?
Need a better report, Robbie, next month.
No, that's right.
I agree.
All right, thank you very
Thank you, Madam Chair.
much. Yes, sir. You have cooperating agencies today? Yes. Wonderful, thank you for coming. All right, Tom, have you got anything for us? Okay, Dr. Brown?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. The fact that I'm here at this point in the agenda is the main item that I have to discuss for you. So that's the main update I have is agenda item number 10 related to our water conditions. For that item, we will need to do it as a public hearing.
Okay. All right, I've got my little cheat sheet here. You ready? All right. This is agenda item number 10. It's for approval, order number 26-003, modified Phase 2 water shortage. The Governing Board will now hold a public hearing for approval of order number 26-003, modified Phase 2 water shortage. Thanks, Amy.
All right, so I will provide a presentation and then a recommendation to the board related to this item.
Okay, at this time, we are going to open for public input, if any. I don't have any cards for this item, so we'll close public hearing and go on to questions or comments from the governing board.
Madam Chair,
Oh, sorry, did I skip something?
a little small thing, it was Amy's presentation.
Oh, I was trying to get there. Okay. All right, Miss Amy, go ahead with your recommendation, and then I'll follow through.
So I have a brief presentation just to bring you up to date. This is an update of what you have seen during prior presentations, just, again, to bring you up to speed as to where we are throughout the state. So for the Suwannee District, as you know, we're in a Phase 2 water shortage that started in March of '26. Northwest Florida remains at a water shortage warning, or a Phase 1. St. John's is in a modified Phase 2 water shortage. They have been there since March of 2026. And then Southwest Florida is moving in April 2026 to a modified Phase 3 water shortage. And again, the specifics of those restrictions in the different phases can vary based on the specific procedures that each district is following. So I'll talk through what our modifications that we're proposing to ours are in this presentation. This is just a refresher of what the different definitions are. And again, each district has a procedure that fulfills the requirements to have a water shortage plan for their district. The components of the declaration, so for sure, we are asking and continuing to ask all water users to reduce water use, conserve water, and defer water-intensive uses to the extent that it is possible. Planning proactively for extended severe drought conditions and additional mandatory water use restrictions. With that in mind, we are starting to have conversations with our larger water users on the potential that we may need to move into a Phase 3 water shortage if the conditions do not improve. We're looking to reduce landscape irrigation and other discretionary uses to the maximum extent practical, and make sure that all of our water users are implementing their conservation plans. So the key components and the specifics are in the packet with the order itself, but the key components for the modified Phase 2 regulatory components: landscape irrigation, the restriction on frequency of landscape irrigation to no more than 1 day per week, which is usually just our daylight savings time. We're continuing that through. So that we saw with the Phase 2, the modification is to limit the irrigation of new lawn and landscaping to no more than 2 days per week. So again, there's a restriction on the establishment of new plants now, in addition to the restriction on existing vegetation. In terms of miscellaneous uses, there's a restriction on the use of water for outdoor washing, washing and cleaning of streets, driveways, sidewalks, structures. There's a restriction on surface water pond augmentation above the natural water table, and then a prohibition from prior to have HOAs. We don't want to have HOAs requiring increased water use at this point to meet aesthetic standards. For agriculture, there are restrictions on the timing of overhead irrigation by high-pressure, high-volume systems, and a limit on the duration of watering for heat stress. For golf courses, there's limits on the days of week and times of day for irrigation of fairways. And then for utilities, there's a limit on water line flushing to the minimum to meet their requirements for safety. So with that, I'll read the recommendation, which is to approve the order number 26-003, modified Phase 2 water shortage. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions from the board?
Madam Chair.
Uh-huh.
Dr. Brown, when I look at the phases, and it says Phase 3 is extreme drought, we're in extreme to exceptional drought. Why are we not considering a Phase 3?
So the conversations are happening regarding a Phase 3, keeping in mind that our aquifer percentiles, so the water supply that we're pulling from, it's at the 14th percent. So it's certainly something that we are concerned about, but it's not in that exceptionally low category. The conversations with our regulated community are happening. And again, some of those restrictions that start to have an economic impact are already coming to bear in this modified Phase 2. And so I think of it as an incremental increase in restrictions if conditions don't improve. And so in all likelihood, if conditions continue to deteriorate, we'll be having another conversation next month. But we need time to communicate with our regulated public and make sure that we can get things implemented.
I understand what you're saying. I just question the fact that the longer we wait, the more severe it gets. And I see the historical data, and good chance that we're going to come into our rainy season and we're going to eliminate this. But these restrictions we're talking about are so minute and they're so voluntary that are we accomplishing anything?
So the restrictions we're talking about are not voluntary, and that's where there are conversations happening with the regulated public on the existing restrictions. And again, as we move into a Phase 3 that might start to have a greater economic impact on our regulated public, then
I understand what's written, but the people take that as a suggestion, that they reduce the water use and they try to do better. I'm not pushing for criminal action. I just think that the restrictions should have more bite to them. If we consider this a severe situation, I'm wondering why month to month we're just inching up like we are. I mean, it may take care of itself in another month, 6 weeks, but I don't have anything against this. I just question if it's enough. And, you know, the further you get into a problem, the harder the correction is. With all that's going on in our world of water today, I would think that we would just put a little more emphasis on the restriction. I'll leave it at that. From a perspective view,
Madam Chair, may I offer a comment? To your point, Mr. Charles, while we do have limited staff resources, our compliance staff have started notifying folks that are not following these restrictions as they are for the Phase 2. And so we have started trying to be supportive of it and education-wise. We have started notifying folks when they are not following these restrictions. And we do start out, we don't offer a citation immediately, but we do start out to educate them, one, to make them aware that there are watering restrictions in place, and that we do, will submit a letter or a note to them to that extent to make them aware of it. And so I agree with you to the point that we don't want to get too far into the deficit, looking at where our groundwater levels are at. I am hopeful as well that it'll soon turn around to that point. We're not as bad as we have been in previous droughts yet, to that extent. But I did want to make you aware that we have started issuing notices to make people aware of when they are not following the restrictions on this.
Are some of the counties, are they, I mean, I know everybody's shorthanded, but are some of the counties also educated in observing maybe users that are not in compliance, that they are also helping with the notifications and watching water use?
As you've observed, a lot of the counties don't have the staff associated with that. For those counties that do, and in particular, Alachua County, which is a considerable amount of landscape irrigation, amongst others. But we have received feedback from some of our counties as well in that support. And certainly the outreach effort to make people aware of what our groundwater and surface water levels are at this point and the extent of the drought that we're in.
Any other questions from the board? Okay. All right. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am. All right. There being no more questions from the board, we will open for public comment on this item. Yes, sir.
Still Moses Clipper. I'm definitely a small government guy, and so are members that I'm in contact with our group. But in this situation, we see the need, and as Mr. Keith was talking about, emphasizing the restrictions. However, when I met that farmer, the dairy farmer that Senator Simon recruited to go over and lobby against, or lobby for the Water First North Florida, and I'll hold my opinion, but it made me start seeking out farmers, local farmers, and ask their opinions. 100% of them are against this that I've spoken to. And I didn't know until I got in conversation with them where their stance was. I've not met one yet, other than that dairy farmer that Mr. Simon brought in. He was at that thing at the UF. Many of them.
We're just taking public comment on this particular item.
And that's what I'm on. I'm
You're-
fixing to address that.
Okay, we just, if you don't mind, hold your comment, because we've already
I'll
had
hush
public comment.
if you don't
so
want to hear what I got to say. I'll hush.
Just, if you would just address this one, that'd be great.
Well, the next words were going to be specific to that, and I
All right.
wanted to preference it so it made sense to you. And unless y'all really heard enough from me, I'll sit down. I won't speak again.
No, it's just, I just trying to avoid a repeat and just stick with our item that we're talking
Takes
about.
part of the study I did when I health science 7 times to hear something or see something before we really get it. So forgive me if I repeat, but I'm trying to make an impression. Many of those farmers, they use sensors when they water. They've spent, some of them, hundreds of thousands of dollars on watering systems. Those sensors tell their watering system, and it's over my head, I don't fully understand it, but I've seen them go out, and I wondered why those darn arms aren't spraying everywhere. Well, the sensors are telling them, you don't need water here, you got it. So a lot of those guys have already done, they've gone beyond what's would be required in phase 3 or what. So also anything that we do here, I think that anything that y'all decide that needs to be done regionally for us in our basin, St. John's being the one using the most water, they by golly ought to be doing the same thing or more as well. So again, and I apologize for repeating, but one of the most obvious to me, just basic science, is the recharging wells. And I believe that a lot of energy needs to be going and researching and proving that before these rains. This gentleman has repeated every meeting I've come to here that El Nino's more than likely going to bring more water. Well, as I spoke earlier, those cypress swamps that could have some recharging wells put in them, they're draining off because they've been opened up to drain. They don't hold water anymore. They drain off into the rivers and just out to the Gulf. We're wasting all those natural resources. So yes, do we need to restrict use? Okay, yeah, we do. But also, how about let's take some action to utilize the God-given rainwater, natural, clean drink. I could drink it, you know? And one other thing, I'll notice I'm wearing, hopefully our next governor's, T-shirt. And one thing, I don't know the answer to this. I've spoke with him about this particular Water First North Florida. He didn't know enough at the time to give an opinion. Of course, I gave him my opinion, and he didn't like what I was telling him. But I wonder if the next governor could order y'all, since y'all are appointed by the governor, could he order y'all to shut this down? Even if we've already taken that $550 million in round two of the voting that y'all gonna do, and could he possibly do that? So delaying this process to see before that money's released. And the last thing I'd like to say, so before I sit down, before I get on your last nerve, is that I really I plead with y'all. I've spoken to every one of y'all, and I know that at least two of y'all are right on the fence of coming out public against this Water First North Florida. One of y'all needs to be bold enough to do it. And I mean, it's like that one drop in the smooth water, the ripple effect. All of y'all are against it. None of y'all could be for this. I know that. One of y'all be brave.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comment on this item? All right, there being none, we'll close public hearing, or pose the public comment. And are there any other questions or comments from the governing board members?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we move to modified Phase 2 water shortage based on staff's recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank
That
you, ma'am.
concludes my items.
All righty. We're going to take a quick break. Let's be back here at 10:15. Oh, dear. All right, Mr. Timmons, you're up.
All right. Well, Madam Chair, members of the board, those in attendance, good morning. For Business and Community Services, you will find items number 11 through 21 on this morning's agenda. Items number 12, 13, 14, and 16 were approved by way of consent agenda, so thank you for the approval of those items. And then items number 17, 18, and 20 are informational items. So the remaining items will be presented to you for your consideration and approval, and we'll start this morning with item number 11 and item number 15. Those items will be presented by the Chief of Office of Administration, Mr. Ben Glass, and then item number 19 will be presented by our Division of Resource Management Director, Mr. Leroy Marshall, and that begins on BCS page 43. And then our last item will be item number 21, and this item will be presented by the Office Chief of Environmental Projects, Ms. Mary Diaz, and that starts on BCS page 46. So, Ben?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board.
Morning.
I've got two items for your consideration today, the first of which is on BCF's page 1, as Tim said. Staff requests the authority to declare the attached list of property items as surplus and authorize staff to dispose of these property items in the most cost-effective means authorized by Section 274.05 of Florida statutes. These are all items that have reached their useful life. Many of them, if they were purchased today, would not even appear on the list of our inventory because that statutory limitation was raised a few years ago. So these are our legacy items that we are cleaning up off the list. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Ben?
Make a motion, we go with the recommendation.
I second it.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. Motion carried.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next item I have for you all is item number 15 on BCS page 21. This is an update to the governing board directive for our agriculture cost share program. Staff recommends that the governing board approve directive number 26-0003 for the Swanee River Water Management District Agricultural Cost Share Program. This update, if you will look on attachment A, which you can find on BCS page 26, that's where you will find the updates. We are looking at making some adjustments to the items we cost share on and some of the dollar limitations associated with them. We are adding two items, those remote control subscription you see there, along with the monitoring equipment and installation. That's going to allow producers to choose to self-monitor their irrigation and self-report that data to us. It's cost sharing on the technology and infrastructure they need to be able to do that. The second new item will be the end gun efficiency conversion. This is looking at removing the high-pressure end guns with a more efficient system. A couple of different ways producers can do that. We're not trying to limit their options, but it has to be something that will improve their water use efficiency. We're also looking at removing aerial imagery as a cost shareable item. We don't see a lot of utilization of this. There is a path in the directive where a producer can propose to do something that's not on this list. We would just have to bring it back to you for approval. So that's what would happen with this item should a producer ever want to utilize it. But it's been on there for more than 5 years, and we've seen very minimal utilization of that particular technology. Some other changes we're looking at for the dollar amounts on the soil moisture probe agreements. Right now, those are staged based on the year those service agreements are in. We're looking at removing that year staging and just going to a flat rate of 75% up to $500 on the soil moisture probe agreements. And then on the side dressing equipment, that was limited at $50,000 unless came back to you all for approval. We're going to go ahead and, subject to your all's approval, raise that to $300. That's to account for the these big highboy systems that we've seen some adoption of. So that limitation would cover them. And of course, any projects for that dollar amount would come to you all for approval anyway as a board item. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions on the recommendations by Ben?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve.
Okay. We have a motion to approve and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. Motion carried.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I thought today what we would do instead of talking drought, we talk flood. So we're going to bring up Kovir Singh in a little bit. Before we do that, I wanted to bring the board up to speed on two updates dealing with our FEMA partners. As you guys know, on February 14th, DHS went into a partial shutdown. That partial shutdown impacted our risk map program in that we were not able to invoice or request reimbursements from DHS. So we worked with our consultants and we basically slowed everything down until we could get reimbursements again. Here last week, week before, we started getting reimbursements again. So we are starting all of our consultants back up to normal operations, and so we'll be starting again here pretty soon. So that's the first update. The second update is our consultants have been working on our flood mapper tool. If you guys will remember, we have that flood mapping tool where residents can go and see their flooding on their properties and stuff like that. Well, we are completely revamping and coming up with a new flood mapper tool. It's going to look a little different, but it's going to function basically the same. The residents will be able to go on and get that same information. The reports are all the same, but some of the search tools are a little bit different. And on the back end is where a lot of the change is happening. The back end is where we will be able to show the larger models. As you know, we talked that we went from 1D models to 2D models, which means the models are a lot bigger, a lot more information. And so the GIS, that mapper, had to be able to accommodate all of that larger maps and information. So a lot of the back end stuff to support that and where we want to take the flood mapper in the future, all of that is being incorporated into this new flood mapper that I believe will be going online tomorrow morning. So I wanted to let you guys know that if you have some constituents or you get onto the flood mapper and you see it looks a little different, that's the reasoning is that we're doing all that work in the background so that we can provide the information and it look the way we need it to look for our residents. So with those two updates, if you guys don't have any questions on those, I'm going to have Kovir come up and give an update on the Ikefina-Steinhatchee and our Taylor County groundwater study. Any questions?
Nope, we're ready.
Okay, Kovir.
All right, good morning all. So I'm here to give you guys an update for the projects that AECOM is working on for the district. And the agenda is, I'm going to give you an update for the lower and upper Suwannee watershed FEMA risk map, Ikefina-Steinhatchee study, and then Ikefina-Steinhatchee groundwater study that we are working on. So this is a normal layout for the FEMA risk map program. We started with the discovery, we did then H&H modeling, and then we move on to the mapping phase. So currently we are done with the mapping. All those maps have been through the QA/QC for the lower and upper Suwannee, and we are ready to conduct the flood risk review meeting. Now, as a part of this, and that's where you see that yellow star. So we are planning for those. So before that, we are also planning an enhanced outreach program. So we are formulating that. So by enhanced, what it means is all the constituents of public, they are going to see all these maps digitally. If they want to provide any comments, they have an option. They can log in there, do the comments. They can come to the public open house, look at the map, have a discussion. So all these options are going to be worked out. So that's part of an enhanced outreach. So just to give you a little background, so this Lower and Upper Lower Suwannee has 8 counties, Upper Suwannee has 4 counties, and as a part, this is all the breakdown of the study. So as Leroy mentioned, this time around, we are working on the 2D mapping rather than 1D mapping. So as a part of this one, 197 panels are going to be updated in Lower Suwannee and 116 panels in Upper Suwannee are going to be updated. Here's another breakdown for county-wise. So in total, 197 panels. And then 116 panels in Upper Suwannee. So that's a breakdown for each county. Now, these are the maps. So, I mean, we call it changes since last form. So when we have these, so we have the effective maps, and that's going to show what changes are being made. So for example, everything what you see here in the blue, now that area is no longer in the flood zone. So we have all the breakdown for each structures which are coming out as in compared to the old maps and everything. And also you see some small like red area in there. So that's an increase. So this area was not in the flood zone, but now is in the flood zone. That's another thing what we showed, like a depth grid. So with depth grids, what it means is, and this is just an example, we have not performed this task yet, but just for you guys to see, that's going to show like what depth that each structure is going to be. Just by the click, they can see like, okay, the structure is going to be like 6 inches of flood or like 1 foot of flood, depending upon that scenario. So that's just one example. So here's a breakdown for the net changes for each counties for like its structures which are coming out. So as I showed on the map, the blue area was the one where those structures are coming out of the flood zone now. So there is a net changes of 1445 structures which are going to be out the flood zone now, no longer in the flood zone based on these new maps and the new modeling. Now here's a breakdown for the parcels. So as you can see, like there is a net change for 2319 structures of the parcels, which are no longer going to be in the flood zone based on these new maps. As I mentioned, we are going to be performing the enhanced outreach when we do these flood risk review meeting. So public is going to be invited, the county board commissions. We will be coordinating with each of those counties before these public meetings. Town council, city council will come out with the plan to have like a phone outreach or a site visit if that's needed. So that's going to be part of the enhanced outreach program. So the next study, what we are working on right now is Ecofina Steinhatchee. So here's the breakdown. So as a part of this one, we will be doing 12.7 mile of a detailed study, and rest of this whole watershed you see, that's going to be the 2D mapping or the modeling which we'll be working on. Status-wise, right now, so for the detailed one, so the difference between the approximate and the detail is when we do the 2D study for the approximate, we don't study the structures. So we just go with the topo data, the LiDAR data, but when we do the detailed study, we did the survey for each of these structures, and those structures are going to be put in the model. So we have, but the reason we don't do the whole detailed study throughout the county is it's very expensive to do these surveys and then put those in the model. So that's why. But 2D study is a lot more better than the 1D one, which we used to do. Is a breakdown for the number of panels which will be conducting the mapping on 288 total panels for these 4 counties. So right now, status-wise, we are done with the HNH modeling, and we have submitted those for the QC review. Once we get those comments back, we'll make those changes to the model and then move on to the mapping phase. The next one I want to talk about is the groundwater study, and we call it like Taylor County Integrated Surface and Groundwater Modeling. So before we started with this study, we came out with the method. We'll take those numbers from the Ecofina-Steinhatchee HNH surface water model and then combine those with the groundwater model which we have. So that's an integrated study. So we have 10-year, 25-year, 50, 100-year, and 500-year flood frequencies from the surface water, combine those with the groundwater and see what impact that has on the whole groundwater system. So the concept was we take we combine the HEC-RAS, which is the surface water model, combine that with the mode flow, and then look at the impact both with the surface and the groundwater model for the steady state, and then see how those numbers are changing based on the combination of groundwater and the surface water model. So everything what you see here on the bigger grids, so that's the existing model. Everything what you see here in the small darker shade grids, that's our study watershed area. We are not studying the whole thing. What we are doing is just taking the HUC-8 model for the Ecofina-Steinhatchee HUC-8 watershed, and then extracting that one, and then focusing our study just for that area. So right now, we are done with the surface water model, combine those into the groundwater model. We have all those numbers from the wells, and we have all the numbers from the existing model. The next stage is to get an approval from the university, from the district staff. They can take a look at those numbers and see, okay, all the input parameters are good, and we are ready to click the model. And so we'll start running the simulation and the scenarios. So, and I was having a discussion with Mary and Leroy. So status-wise, once we get all the approvals for all the input parameters for these models, so that's how this model is going to be looked. Then we can start running the simulation. And starting, I would say, in middle of May, we should be able to start sending the scenarios for the QA/QC, and this process will keep on going for another 3-4 months by the time we have the whole simulation done and approved. So these are a couple of layers what we extracted. So in the existing model, if you see to the left side, it says layer 1 to 7. So these are from the existing model, but layer 6 and 7 were not present for the HUC-8 that we are focused on. So this is the layout for our model. So as you can see on the last slide, layer 6 and 7, that's not part of our current study. These are the area where we are more focused on as far as, because we have the detailed model and these are all the wells we have around the paper mill that got shut down. So we are getting that data also. Because of that paper mill shutdown, the paper mill was extracting like 40 million gallon of water, but now it's shut down, right? So that's going to change that impact in that area. So that's what we are studying and more focused onto that area also. So again, that's it's going to be an integrated surface water model with the HEC-RAS and the groundwater model, and we'll, get all the infiltration values from the HEC-RAS. We have a specific rates that we are defining in the HEC-RAS that we are getting into the groundwater model, and we'll take the values from 5, 10, 25, 50, 100, and 24-hour designs from even and put those in the groundwater model and run it. So just as a summary, we have all the boundary condition ready. We have all the HUC-8 models ready. We have updated mod flow, USG codes, input parameters ready, and then integrated HEC-RAS specific infiltration rates. All these parameters are ready for the QC. Once we get the approval, we'll start running the simulation. So the next step would be setup of the base case simulation. get the approval for that, and then we'll move on to the 5-year, 10-year, and all those different scenarios. So any questions for these 3 project status update?
Madam Chair. You pretty well, your presentation was pretty thorough. Thank you for that. I think the key, from my perspective, is the communication piece, getting out to their local municipalities and making them aware so they can make the public aware of those changes. I'm happy to see that we're able to reduce the number of actual participants that are going to be in the floodplain. Those people are going to be very happy. But I do see that we have a number of people that are going to now be new to the floodplain structure. So those are the ones that are going to be, affected, and they need the opportunity to view the changes and make comments if.
Absolutely, and that's our main focus also for the enhanced outreach. So with these coordination, we want to make sure everybody sees those maps, what changes are being made, who is in, who is out. And if somebody is in, we can provide a justification as to why they are in, and we have all those technical data to back it up.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for giving me a chance to present this one.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to add to that, Covier's work in Taylor County on the groundwater study, Mr. Schwab, the Turner Road study that we're doing is going to use the data that is coming from Covier's study to upgrade and to look at the flooding that's happening on Turner Road. That TWA is executed, and Taylor Engineering has already started. I believe they're going out next week, either this week or next week, to do some surveying out there on Turner Road. So that project is starting to move as well, and it will be using the newest information from Covier's study as we move forward with that. Okay. Any questions on that? I know flood is not in anybody's brain right now, but it's in ours. It's in our brain right now. So if there's any other questions on that, then we'll go to item 19 on the agenda.
Any other questions? No? Thank you, Leroy.
All right. So the next item is the statement of agency, organization, and operation updates. This document intends to assist the public in understanding how the district operates and how the programs and offices are set up and how they can interact with the district. This document is to be updated pretty regularly, and the last update was in May of 2023. The significant changes with this update is it reflects the latest organizational changes that have happened since 2023. Another significant update is if approved, it will grant the executive director the authority to administratively deny ERP applications. So administrative denials are for ERPs where we have unresponsive applicants. So if an applicant is just not responding or not answering or not paying, we can present all of that information to the executive director, and he would be able to deny those applications. The other significant change in the directive is the Deputy Secretary of DEP sent out a directive requesting that governing boards have the final decision on water use permits for data centers. And so the statement of agency, organization, and operations includes that change that the governing board has to make the final approval on data centers. All of that is in, and any other minor updates into the document, those are all in the newest version that you have. So the recommendation is to accept the updated statement of agency, organization, and operation.
Make that motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. Motion carried.
All right, Mayor.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm here to present item 21, found on BCS page 46. In January 2022, the governing board authorized the executive director to enter into agreements with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection and Nature Coast Regional Water Authority. These agreements were for the design and construction of a wastewater transmission system to the Fanning Springs Advanced Wastewater Treatment Facility Expansion Project and to decommission the Lancaster Correctional Institution packaging plant. The project was funded with federal wastewater grant ARPA funds, and the project proceeded to 60% design. Delays occurred with the land acquisition for the Fanning Springs Advanced Wastewater Treatment Facility in the grant between Fanning Springs and DEP, and this impacted the design of the Lancaster connection point. Because of the requirement to expend ARPA funds by October 30th of this year, 2026, it was determined to terminate the agreement with DEP and the contract with Nature Coast Regional Authority, and the $118,800 left in state funds from that grant will be provided under this new agreement to continue the design and permitting of the Lancaster transmission line. Funding for construction will be requested in the future. So therefore, the recommendation is to authorize the executive director to enter into agreement QG 049 with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection to receive water quality improvement funds and to enter into agreements with local cooperative entities to implement the Fanning Springs wastewater expansion project. Questions?
Questions on that one? Is there a motion?
Make the motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. Motion carried.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary. Thanks, Tim. Good morning, Caitlin.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Division of Outreach and Operations has 8 items for your consideration today. Items number 22, 23, and 28 are for informational purposes. I'll be presenting items number 24, 25, and 26. Item number 27, you approved on consent, which we appreciate, and item 29 will be presented by Lorna Radcliffe, our land management chief. The first item we have for you is Resolution 2026-03, the sale of Riverbend Estate Lots 2, 6, 7, 8, and 30 to Mr. and Mrs. Calvin Peck of Dixie County. The Riverbend Estates lots, which you see listed in the map above, were purchased in 1995 using Save Our Rivers funds for a total of $29,450. Due to the natural community type, small acreage, proximity to residential areas, which you can see on the map are surrounding it, these lots are not actively managed as part of our land management program. Earlier this year, back in January, you, the board, authorized the district to surplus all the lots in green. So these are all currently surplused. They are on the surplus list, which the board receives every month. And what we're bringing today is the actual sale. Mr. and Mrs. Peck offered originally $23,000 for the parcel you see listed here. And it also included a portion of that middle piece. So just for reference, Mr. and Mrs. Peck originally came to the district and wanted this piece right here and only what I call the nose of this island piece. When we evaluated their offer, we did not want to split up that island parcel because it didn't have any value to the district to keep ownership, and we didn't think that selling that separately would be advantageous to the district. So we went back to the Pecks after the board surplus the property, because you know they came to us, you surplus it. We went back to the Pecks and negotiated with them to take the full island parcel in the middle along with the white piece on the southern end for $23,000 or the appraised value, whichever is higher. And based on other sales in the area and given what's out there, we think that that is reasonable for the market. And obviously, our contracts are subject to the appraised value as with other surplus sales. On January 27th, the PEX executed a contract for sale. They've submitted the 10% bid guarantee, subject to today's board approval. The sale has been noticed in accordance with Florida statutes that you see listed here and in the local newspapers, as well as listed on our website. The sale would include deed restrictions on the parcels to prevent future development, and the sale meets the criteria for surplus directive evaluation as shown in the triage summary, in the maps, and the triage review. And with that, staff requests that the board approve Resolution 2026-03, sale of Riverbend Estates lots 2, 6, 7, 8, and 30 to Calvin and Mary Peck of Dixie County.
Any questions? Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion. Yep, second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. Motion carried.
Thank you very much. The next item for your consideration is another surplus, Resolution 2026-04. This is the sale of a lot in Three Rivers Estates in Columbia County to Alachua Conservation Trust. The Three Rivers is, and just note, because it's hard to see on this map, the lot that we're talking about is right here. Yes. The district purchased this lot in December of 1997 using Save Our Rivers funds for $3,400. Due to the natural community type, its obvious oscillation from other district properties, and its very close proximity to residential areas, the district does not actively manage this lot as part of its land management program. This lot has actually been on your surplus list for a number of years. The board back in 2019, on August 13th, surplused this lot. In February, the district began discussions with Alachua Conservation Trust, who offered $10,000 for the parcel or the appraised value. A market analysis of the recent sales in the area found the offer to be reasonable. However, pursuant to statute, all sales shall be no less for the appraised value. And it's important to note for the record, the board memo says that it'll be $10,000 or appraised value, whichever is higher. But in our negotiations with ACT, given them as a land trust and working with them as a nonprofit, the purchase agreement says that it will be at the appraised value. So I just want that to be reflected. Their board has approved and authorized the purchase of this lot at the appraised value. And ACT has signed a contract and submitted a 10% bid guarantee at the $10,000. The sale has been noticed on the district's website and in the local newspaper in accordance with Florida statute, which you see listed here in the memo. And the lot, although previously surplus, we evaluated against the current surplus guidelines and meets the criteria for surplus. With that, staff requests that the board approve Resolution 2026-04 for the sale of the Three Rivers Estates lots 135 in Columbia County to Alachua Conservation Trust.
Questions from the board? Is there a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. Motion carried.
Thank you, board. The last item I have for your consideration this morning is the approval of an access easement on the district's own mud swamp track in Alachua County to Mr. Leonard Gainey. In March of 2026, the district received a request from Mr. Gainey for an access easement across the district's mud swamp track in Alachua County. The mud swamp track is shown on the map above. A draft easement area you can see is in hatched yellow on the screen. Upon review of the easement request, staff found that prior to entering district's property, shown in green, access is needed from private landowners, which you can see here. This is not a public road. It is a well-traveled road, but it is a private road, which we confirmed with Alachua County. A non-public access road has been used for many years. Therefore, formal access is needed from these landowners prior to getting to district land. Prior to granting an easement to Mr. Gainey, he will be required to obtain access from these neighboring private landowners. In accordance with Directive 24-004, Mr. Gainey will also be required to pay all costs associated with the access easement, including costs of the appraisal, cost of the appraised value of the easement area, survey, district's attorney's fees, easement recording fees, and documentary stamps of the deed. Mr. Gainey has agreed to these terms. Mr. Staff will grant Mr. Gainey a special use authorization to provide access to the Mud Swamp Track in the interim. If you remember a recent access easement that we just closed on after many years, we followed this same process. We issued an SUA in the interim while the private landowner had to seek permission from adjacent landowners before we granted permission. This is a similar request that will follow in a similar manner. Mr. Gainey was previously granted a time-limited special use authorization, which expired in 2018. He will be required to get an updated special use authorization, which we notified him of before we enter into contract with him for this access easement. The requested easement is limited to the Mud Swamp Track only, is only for ingress and egress, and includes language that allows the district to relocate the easement if determined necessary. And you see a map above. With that, staff requests approval of an access easement, given the conditions listed in the memorandum and across the Mud Swamp Track to Mr. Leonard Gainey.
I have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
Since he is going to be getting the access from the private landowners, then we are also able to use that road to access our property, correct?
We will seek our own access separate from Mr. Gainey's access.
Okay. Any questions?
It says the easement for egress. It looks like a wooded track. Would that easement include timbering?
Madam Chair. Ingress and egress, we would typically allow for silvicultural activities. We list ingress and egress specifically so that there's not an assumption that utilities could be run across. That would be a separate easement that they would need to seek.
Any other questions?
Madam Chair, if I may offer to come, and this is, ask Caitlin for clarification, but the road that you have outlined in the crosshatched area across our property, that's actually an existing secondary road or administrative road?
Madam Chair, there's existing roads across our track. They actually go, which I have the benefit because I'm closer to the screen here. They go up through the property more like this.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's not advantageous to the district to run an easement directly through the middle of a parcel. So we would issue the easement across the bottom, subject to board approval, as is our practice. But yes, it's easily navigable out there.
If there are no other questions, is there a motion?
Made a motion. Second.
We have a motion, second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. Motion carried.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Board, and Lorna will present our final item.
All righty.
Report, too. I shouldn't throw that on the floor. Good morning, Madam Chair, board members. I have the honor of presenting item number 24 to you today. It's the Land Management Review Team report. The Land Management Review Team is a process required by Florida statutes. The process allows the public and other participants an opportunity to determine whether district land activities were deficient, meeting, or exceeding the goals adopted by the governing board. The Land Management Review Team participants also scored the district on whether the land management activities are in compliance with Florida statutes, Chapter 259, Section 36. The review focused on land management activities that were conducted in fiscal year 24-25. Just like to remind you that was a wonderful hurricane season for them. These activities were summarized in the fiscal year 24-25 Land Management Annual Report. That content of the annual report was presented to the Governing Board in the November 2025 workshop. On March 4th, 2026, staff led a field tour of lands in the Northeast region, which includes the Suwannee, Alapahaw, and Withlacoochee River basins within Columbia County, Hamilton County, Madison, and Suwannee. The main area of emphasis was Holton Creek Tract and the protection of water resources, managing natural communities, and public use. If you will refer to OPS page 30, you'll see the results of the report. And I just want to go over a couple things in that report. So the review team scored 10 management strategies from the district land management plan. Scores ranged from a low of 1.8, which 1 is meeting and 2 is exceeding. So the lowest score was a 1.8 for cultural resources, to the highest score of 2 for veg management, invasive exotic plant management, road and hydrologic infrastructure, public use, and fiscal responsibility. Management of forest resources, water resources, rare species resources, and stakeholder engagement received a score of 1.9. The overall average score of all 10 management strategies was 1.94, which is a 9% increase over last year's score of 1.78. On the next page, you'll see there's 2 statutorily required questions. The first one was, are the district lands being managed in a manner consistent with the purpose of which they were acquired, including public access? And that received a score of 2.0. The second was, are the district land managers implementing the district land management plan? Received a score of 2.0. Again, both of those are exceeding, and these scores signify the land management activities meet and exceed governing board management strategies outlined in the district land management plan and in the Florida statutes. The last thing that I would like to show you is on the next page. The actual strategies are spelled out, as well as the comments from the land management review team member. And so you can go through there and see each category. And I would like to thank Mr. Thompson for representing the board and being a part of that team. It was a good day in the field. So the land management review team process continues to provide an opportunity for dialogue between the staff, members of the communities, and other agencies regarding our management of our district lands. The participant scores indicate substantial acceptance of the programmatic achievement of the management strategies set by the governing board and by Florida statutes. Overall, the participants approved the planning and methods used by district staff in managing district fee-owned lands in fiscal year 24-25. And so the recommendation is for acceptance of the 2026 Land Management Review Team Report.
Any questions from the board?
I'll make one comment. I did have the privilege and honor of being involved with that review this year. I will say that Lorna and her team do a fantastic job. They have an awesome responsibility, as much land and as much stuff as we have to do, but they take their jobs very seriously, and it shows in the results that they achieve out there on district lands. So I would encourage anybody who has the opportunity to go to one of these reviews, please do so. It's enlightening.
Huge job.
Yes, it is.
Any other questions? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. Motion carried. Thank you so
Madam Chair.
much. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Morning,
And board
Hugh.
members. Before I get started, let me apologize to Latuzia Oliveira, who is with the Office of Ag Water Policy. She's accompanying Jessica Ferris this morning. And she's actually a regional projects coordinator for the Department of Agriculture, their Office of Ag Water Policy. And I mention that because earlier when Ben was up here looking at the changes to the directive, one of the changes to that directive is our in-gun efficiency conversion program. And actually, the Department of Agriculture, Office of Ag Water Policy, is working to, or has worked to get a grant. This is at the Commissioner Simpson's recommendation to have regional projects for agriculture. And so we submitted a proposal to the Office of Ag Water Policy for such a grant with that. And they have funded that program, issuing a grant to us for it. So I did want to make mention of that, and I appreciate that. Additionally, you've heard numerous comments this morning that we received, a lot of them relative to the Water First project. We did have an informational meeting out at the University of Florida IFAS Center there. Some of our board members were in attendance for that, and we presented that information. I personally think that it was a success from the attributes of having informational tables set up such that if folks wanted to learn about the project and where we're actually at with that project, that there was opportunity for them to meet one-on-one with the experts, both from our staff here, also St. John's and the Department of Environmental Protection, and also to learn that we don't have all the answers for this project at this time. And that's why we're looking to get some of the research. And that's the phase where this project is at, is in order to be able to answer a lot of these questions that are being asked, there has to be work done to develop those answers and find out, is this certainly a project that could move forward with that? And so while I appreciate the public's passion and concern, and I would ask, please stay tuned, stay engaged with what the information that we're trying to put out and develop about this project. This is not the only project that we are promoting. This is by a benefit of Water Resource. It is the largest volume of water from any single project that is available with that. And so that certainly has our interest as to the feasibility of it. If you think back to the board meeting in November, this board approved the North Florida water supply plan that we had in place. That project is one of many projects listed in that water supply plan. If you go and look at the Water First website, there's questions and answers relative to that project. It's been updated since we had our workshop. I think we received somewhere in the neighborhood of 130 plus comments at that workshop, and we appreciate those responses being submitted to us. That's part of the reason why we had that workshop out there. But the Water First website is waterfirstnorthflorida.com. We had that highlighted at the informational workshop there, and actually had links showing around in different areas at that workshop. But that particular, as I mentioned, that particular project is only one of the projects that were submitted relative to this. This district, it's the intent of this district to move forward with some of the other projects that were identified in our water supply plan as well. Because while this project, if its benefit plays out to our water resources in this district, can accommodate the deficits that we have relative to our MFLs, both today and for 20 years into the future, good Lord willing, there's going to be more growth in the state. And we are going to address one of the comments made this morning, we are going to have to accommodate more water needs in the future. So there are a host of different projects that we're looking at relative to this. And so with that, I just wanted to address those comments that we are continuing to work on that. I would ask that we get time to do some of the research in order to answer these questions going forward. I want to remind everybody, we do have the CARES event, annual CARES event coming up on the 7th of May. That will be occurring at 5:30 out at the IFAS Research Farm, where we've had it in the past several years. There will be a tour, trolley tour, of the facility out there showing some of the different research that they are doing for agricultural practices. That'll begin at 4 o'clock. We're going to try to gather up sometime after 3:30 for that tour out there to see what they are doing. And finally, Madam Chair, we have a workshop today. Dr. Matt Cohen is here He is actually presenting on one of those projects that are in our water supply plan. And that is looking at the enhancement of our water resources due to silvicultural management with that. And so we've got that workshop scheduled today. And we've also got a audit committee meeting with some of the reports from our auditors and our Inspector General with that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
You covered a lot of ground.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I'd just like to make a couple of comments. Hugh hit on a couple of things that I thought I wanted to bring up today, and one is I just want to rebuff a couple of myths as I see it. You know, I talked to a lot of people. I'm sure every board member's talked to a lot of people over the last 90 days or so. But one of the things that keeps coming up is, well, St. John's needs to tend to their own water. I mean, no, not St. John. JEA needs to tend to their own water, take care of their own problem. Well, that's a myth, because they don't have to have our project to solve their problem. As a matter of fact, they were encouraged, and we asked jointly with St. John's Water Management to get that water. That's 40 million gallons a day of water. You're not going to come up with that kind of volume just with all of the other projects combined that this district's currently looking at doesn't come up to 40 million gallons a day. Our current, one of our things, I just did a little research on my own, you know, the center pivot retrofits that we fund, and it was brought up today that the farmers are doing a good job. They are doing a very good job of trying to conserve water. This board helps them do that. Substantially subsidizes those costs involved with retrofitting the center pivots and so forth. But a center pivot retrofit saves about 38,000 gallons per day. 38,000 gallons a day. If every pivot that we have out there that is not currently retrofitted for this, and an estimate is roughly 100 left that haven't been retrofitted, if we retrofitted every one of those pivots today, that would be 1 MGD, 1 million gallons a day, for the days that those pivots are in operation, and they don't run every day. Just to give the scope of the amount of recharge that we're trying to accomplish with this project. I personally want to see the science play out. We have agreed in principle to do this, but it has to be proven. I did have the opportunity to go look at these recharge wetlands that they're researching right now. They're 4 months and now 5 months into a 2-year project just to prove that process. That's just one process out of probably a half a dozen that's going to have to happen before this water ever makes it to the aquifer. I, as a board member, am never going to be in favor of putting water in our aquifer that is not right. Okay? I'll be the first one to stand up and say, we can't do that. But let's let the science play itself out. Prove to me that you can't do it before we start, you know, and I realize that all of our county governments and our city municipalities, they're political in nature. They're listening to their constituents, but their constituents don't have the same information that we have. They don't understand that this is a research in progress. If it doesn't meet those standards, I don't think there's anybody sitting on this board that's going to say, let's do it. But think about the potential. If we could get that water scrubbed, 40 million gallons a day will solve a lot of the problems that this district is tasked with today. I mean, we want our springs and our rivers to be healthy. We've sat here and talked about it many, many times. What can we do? What other ways can we do? We have a potential of a project that could solve that for the rest of our lifetimes. So I would just I encourage our board, and I can't have a conversation with any of you without being in this board meeting, and that's why I'm doing it now. There's a lot of noise out there, and I've had very impassioned conversations with many people about this project. And some of them just you can't talk to them. They have a view of a sewer pipe coming into the Suwannee River, which is, been pretty well laid out there. I've seen the pictures of the sewer pipe going in the river. They get that in their mind, and they don't want to understand. But as a appointed member of this board, I want to see it through. I want to see it proven, yes or no, and the noise is just something that's going to happen. And I'm willing to have those conversations as long as I need to see the project to that point. Thank you for allowing me to make that comment.
Thank you. And I think that most everyone on this board feels the same way. We want to see the proven science, and if it works, it will just be a blessing.
I will make one other comment. They're already scrubbing water in Jacksonville to the point they have to put stuff back in the water before they put it in the aquifer. So the process can be done. What's the cost of it going to be? And, it's expensive to do that. But I think the technology's there to make it happen. I want them to prove it to me.
Any other comments? Those were good points. Thank you very much for sharing.
Okay, I agree with your sentiment. I'm not gonna pull the trigger on anything until the science is proven, but I'm gonna give it a chance to get it proven. I can't put the kibosh on something that I don't know right, wrong, or indifferent on it.
All right. Any other item we need to discuss? Or is there a motion to adjourn our board meeting?
Motion to adjourn.
We have a-
Secretary, could I make one more
Oh,
comment?
I'm sorry.
That's quite all right. It's really not pertinent to the business of the board. We're closed. No, I appreciate the comments that have been offered by the board on this, but I do want to say, Robbie put that picture up there. I didn't realize he was going to put that picture up there with his hydro report. But I do want to encourage the board, we are in a drought. We don't often see our rivers in the condition that they are right now. If you have the opportunity, you may have to do some wading in some areas. But if you have the opportunity, the river's in a relatively unique condition. I've seen it lower than where it's at right now, but made a great opportunity. My youngest, who will be 23 in July, asked me about taking her kayaking, and I did. And nothing to regret about it. It's a beautiful river in normal state, normal level. It's a beautiful river where it's at right now, to that condition. So I'd encourage all y'all to take a look at it if you get the opportunity.
Sounds wonderful.
It's a beautiful river to see. The Suwannee is the same. All of our rivers are that way. And it's not an opportunity to get to see them in this condition very often. So they're worth looking at. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, I think we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, like sign. Motion carried. All right, I'm going to pass the gavel over.
Appreciate that,
All
Madam
right.
Chair. We want to wish you well on your travel back to Gainesville. She says she has a more important meeting that she needs to attend to in Gainesville, so.
Have an unavoidable meeting.
Dr. Cohen, I want to invite you to the podium or come up and introduce. Yes.
I also have copies of his printed presentation. I'll hand out after his
Thank you.
Good morning. In May 2020, the board approved going into an agreement with DEP for the Bradford Silviculture Enhancement and Recharge Project. The first task of this grant was to complete a study of landscape blocks for forest management treatment, silviculture measurements, hydrologic and instrumentation for water yield response detection, and analysis and quantification of increased water recharge. Today, we have Dr. Matt Cohen, a University of Florida professor of forest water resources and watershed systems, here to present the results of this study. I'm going to walk around and give you a copy of the presentation.
All right.
Good morning. I believe it's still morning,
Yes.
just barely. Thank you to the governing board for the invitation and the time to be here. My name is Matt Cohen, and in a former life, I was a professor in the School of Forest, Fisheries, and Geomatic Sciences. I'm currently the director of the University of Florida's Water Institute, so still faculty at the University of Florida, but slightly different position. And what I want to talk to you today about is the project that Mary introduced, which is back in 2021, we were contacted by Bob Hickey, who at the time was managing lands for the Suwannee District, to focus on some questions that he had helped us answer at the scale of individual forest stands. Think in your mind of an acre of forest and what happens as we manage through typical silvicultural prescriptions to the evapotranspiration rates from those forests. We came to some conclusions at that level, and what I'm going to present to you today is some questions that Bob and others have had about what we do as we go to larger scales. We start to think not about the individual acre scale, but we start thinking about larger and larger watersheds. There's a lot of people to thank there, in particular Suwannee District for enabling this project to happen, but also in particular the Rayonier Corporation, who is the owner of the land where we did this large 30,000 acre experiment. I'm also going to apologize in advance for a couple things. First of all, I'm a faculty member, and so I spend some time thinking about data. And so if you see a graph that I put up that you're like, wait a second, what the heck is that? Please feel free. This is a workshop. This isn't a formal presentation. And second of all, that I have sprinkled throughout international system units. I've tried my best to put things in MGD and inches to be more familiar, but a lot of this stuff is coming out of a university lab, and so we tend to work in different units. So if you ever get to a point where the units are confusing, please stop me and ask. I also want to acknowledge a lot of people. I'm standing up here alone, but this was a big project. We spent 5 years measuring a lot in the woods, and it wouldn't have happened without a lot of people spending a lot of time pulling off a lot of ticks, installing a lot of wells out in the forest. So I want to talk a little bit about some background and then some of the findings from the research. I want to make the pitch at the beginning. A wise man once told me that I should spend some time on the conclusions at the front end. That wise man is Hugh Thomas. And so I just want to make the case that what we observed in the original study, the background study that I'll present to you in a moment, is that managing the amount, the density of forest, leaf area in particular, impacts the proportion of the raindrops that fall on the land that return back to the atmosphere as evapotranspiration. We can quantify that number. We quantify that number at the scale of the individual forest stand. For every unit of leaf area, and I'll explain what that is in a moment, but every unit of leaf area increases the water yield by about 4 inches. That number was at a small scale. And what we've done at the scale of wetlands that are embedded in forest land and in streams that drain that forest land is confirmed that that number is quite robust. That 4 inches per unit LAI essentially permeates everything that we are measuring, from the scale of the entire basin, which we'll talk about the Worthington Springs Basin, down to small streams to individual wetlands. And so what I want to convince you of today is that for technical reasons, right, if this is of interest, this idea of managing silvicultural lands to enhance water yield, we have a fairly robust scientific underpinning for that case. Now, there are lots of reasons why you might elect not to pursue that, but the technical reasons, I think, are really well supported. And so those will be my conclusions and recommendations, is that this is something that's sort of actionable science at this point, and so whether it's of interest from a policy or regulatory perspective, that's a different question. So here's some background. The water balance over long time scales simplifies to this, which is that precipitation, which is the left side of that equation, is discharge plus evapotranspiration. And precipitation, so we can essentially divide the world. There's groundwater storage in this, but over the long term, we can basically divide the raindrops into those that flow and those that go back to the atmosphere. And that discharge Q is what we call water yield. And so the proportion of raindrops that become stream flow, that become aquifer storage, is sort of all in that discharge term Q. That's the water yield. this is a cartoon that I use in my classes. I think it's actually sort of quite illustrative. We have a very complicated hydrological system in North Florida. It involves karst. It involves lots of different habitat types. It involves a significant amount of the raindrops being turned into evaporation. And part of the task, I think, of deliberations like this is to fill in that black hole. How do we get water in our homes? Well, we get it by raindrops falling, and then something happens, and we're going to try to elucidate what happens because the water supply piece at the end is of great interest to us. So for years, really since the ancient Greek times, we've understood that forest cover and the reductions or increases in forest cover modify the amount of water that's available in the environment, the surface water and aquifer recharge. And a very comprehensive study, global study back in 2019, summarized hundreds of studies across the globe to suggest that in particular, how does this thing work? Let's see, there we go. In particular, that when forest cover is reduced, we see a substantial increase in stream flow adjacent to this. Pliny the Elder, who was a historian in Greece, noticed this during many battles, that when the forest was covered to enable battles to occur, that in fact the springs started to flow more. So this is not new science. The goal here for us is not to try to elucidate the numbers on that in a North Florida regional context. There are lots of reasons, I'll make clear as well, that we don't always want to increase the water yield. From a water supply perspective, that might be an objective, but there are things related to flooding risk, there are things related to storage issues, there's things related to rainfall recycling, so every droplet that we don't evaporate doesn't become rainfall elsewhere. And that's particularly true in places, large continents like South America. There's this conveyor belt of atmospheric moisture that makes it rainy in the Amazon. So what we're interested in here is maybe a little bit of a narrow question, which can we manage the land cover in North Florida to make more water supply available? And we want to technically narrow the constraints or uncertainty about that question. So at first, we were funded, Ann Shortell, when she was the executive director of Suwannee, became quite interested in this idea. And so we studied across North Florida a number of locations. And we actually were, I think, maybe one of the only projects ever that was funded by all 5 water management districts simultaneously and the Department of Ag and Consumer Services. And our goal was to try to quantify water yield at the stand level. We did this by taking somewhere on the order of 60 million soil moisture measurements over the course of 4 years. And from that, we're able to construct the total amount of evaporation based on things that we could measure about the forest: stand density, basal area, leaf area index, species composition, all those different things. The various decisions that silviculturists are making about how land is managed in the North Florida context. The results of that study sort of confirm back of the napkin kinds of calculations that we made back in 2013. And so what I've shown you here is a synthesis from existing sort of literature, scientific literature, that in a dense pine stand, the average evapotranspiration is on the order of 2.9 millimeters per day. Apologies again for the international system units there. But 2.9 millimeters per day, about 1/10 of an inch. In an open stand, like the one on the right, that number is more like 2.2 millimeters per day. And I think it'd be very hard to get carried away with the difference of less than a millimeter per day. But when we look in the North Florida context and we divide all the rainfall, this pie charts basically are 100% of the rainfall, we can think about what the fate of every raindrop is. 92% of the raindrops in the case on the left become atmospheric moisture. They're evaporated. 8% is all the other water. That's the water that recharges the Floridan aquifer. That's the water that fills surface water streams. It fills the wetlands. On the right, that number, that blue bar, which is the water yield, has nearly quadrupled as a consequence of this very modest change in daily evapotranspiration. And so if we're interested in the blue bar, if that's the thing we're managing, then there's, I think, considerable incentive to at least imagine what the trade-offs are with regard to converting forests, especially public forests that look like this, over to forests that look like this. when we sort of did all those 60 million soil moisture measurements, we're able to make a prediction of water yield. So this is a model that predicts water yield based on some attributes I'll talk about in a moment, and that's related to what we measured of the observed water yield, which is derived from all of those soil moisture measurements. This is a paper that was published in 2022, and it is very much in the context of the decision space of North Florida, right? These are typical silvicultural prescriptions for North Florida. They are typical climate conditions and soils for North Florida. And the three things that you need to know to predict the water yield at any forest stand in this area are the water table depth, right? How deep is the water table? Is it deeper than 10 feet or not? Is basically a binary choice. That's something we can know about any site in North Florida. The aridity, which is essentially what in that given year, how much rain has fallen and how dry is the atmosphere. That's a quantity that we can derive from any climate measurements. And then the leaf area index. And the leaf area index is what would happen is if you took all the leaves in the tree and you projected them down onto the ground, what's the square feet of leaf area per square foot of ground area? So it's a ratio that has no units. It just says, well, how many leaves are there? Typical numbers on the left, that forest probably has a leaf area index of 3.5 or 4. The forest that I was showing you on the right, on the open stand, probably closer to 1 or 1.5. So those are the kinds of numbers you'll see. So lowering leaf area index by 1 unit, so 1 square foot per square foot of ground surface, increases the water yield by about 3.8 inches per year. So that's a number that we came up with by this fairly intense interrogation of all these stand level measurements. I want to put that in some context because those numbers don't mean that much. Most people don't think about inches of recharge. So the basin where we're going to spend most of the time today is the Worthington Springs Basin's 570 square miles. About 50% of that is currently pine forest in various ownership categories, some of which state-owned, some of which federal-owned, some of which privately owned, and landowners of all different sizes. I'm going to make the case in a moment that the leaf area index in the upper Santa Fe Basin and the Worthington Springs has increased by about a unit of LAI since the 1930s. If we were to lower the leaf area index across all of those pine stands, which I know is totally unrealistic, right? I'm not necessarily advocating for that. Please don't take that. I just am trying to situate the numbers in a way that's relevant to this conversation. If we were to do that over 50% of the upper Santa Fe River Basin, the water yield change would be 50 million gallons per day. So that's a significant amount of water. Now, obviously, we're not going to do it at that kind of a scale, but I think it just sort of illustrates how the management of evapotranspiration is a tool in the toolbox of water supply planning. How would we do that? I mean, there are lots of ways that one might lower leaf area index. In the context of a typical silvicultural operation that has a profit motive, is trying to produce a product to a mill. And we've been in a lot of conversations with foresters about the way that this would happen. Things like shortened rotations, not really a big fan of those because the product is valuable, that puts on a lot of biomass towards the end of a rotation. You could accelerate the thinning process. The one that they seem to have quite a strong interest in is the idea that they delay planting. So basically usually harvest, and then in year 1 year later, you might bed and plant. If you were to delay that process by several years, you would extend the duration of period when there's when high water yield. And if you did that over just half the forest, those that are plantation forests in the upper Santa Fe Basin, that alone, just the delaying the planting would net about 8 MGD based on some pretty back of the napkin calculations. So I just want to use this just to provide context that we're talking about at scale, prospectively, a lot of water. So if we think that that model works, why on earth are we here? Why did Bob Hickey call me, coming on 6 years ago to say, we'd like to do an additional project. We want to do a demonstration project. Well, the real big question is that at the time, we were really focused on the sort of acre scale, right? The individual forest parcel. And we didn't know what happened to the water after it was yielded at that scale. Does it show up at the gauge? Does it get evaporated along the flow path before it even gets to a place where we're interested in it? Do we see that water just show up in the wetlands and we don't see it show up in the streams? And is it dependable enough? Like, can we see the signal of this forest management in stream flow such that it could be part of an incentive program, a financial incentive program to encourage this delayed planting as an example of a silvicultural prescription. So that's the project that I'm here to describe to you. And it basically provides, I think, quite strong confidence that the numbers that we came up with in the original study are quite robust and that they seem to be applicable at the scales of watersheds. So what we've built in Bradford County, in the Upper Santa Fe Basin, is basically a pretty intensive hydrological observatory. This is a 30,000-acre parcel that's owned and managed entirely by Rainier. They've been an extraordinary partner in developing a lot of the work that I'll present today. We've gauged on the order of 10 streams, continuous discharge measurements for now 5 years, and we've instrumented about 50 wetlands. There's hundreds of wetlands in this landscape, but we've instrumented the water level responses in about 50 of them. So we have a very robust understanding of what the hydrology is doing in this part of the world. We know the climate, we know the flow, we know the water table, we know the forest structure, we know that we have remote sensing models that enable us to connect the hydrological dynamics to what we can see from space. We're currently measuring water quality, and we have a lot of LiDAR data from Rainier and from the U.S. Geological Survey that allows us to understand the topography of this particular land. And so the question that we were charged to ask is putting land management of evapotranspiration in the context of the MFO program. So this project is at its end. We'll be submitting the final report here in the next several weeks. We've established a dense network of hydrological measurements. We've done some experimental harvesting. The ways in which Rainier has been particularly generous is to allow us to schedule harvesting in some parts of the landscape and not others, so we could compare two watersheds, one that was leaf area reduced versus ones that were not. We've produced a number of analysis products, many of which I'll present today. And we've been able to synthesize the consequences of upland forest management on the hydrologic budget, on the water budget. And this is actually, because once you understand the hydrology well, then everybody wants to get in on the game. Right now, we have the Department of Energy and the Department of Energy project. We have the Natural Resource Conservation Service. We have the Forest Industry Group, NCASI, all of which are essentially piling on, saying this hydrological observatory is of substantial value to us because now we can do things like ask about water quality or habitat for endangered amphibians or whatever else it is. So we're very proud of the fact that this Suwannee District project has enabled all of this additional interest. I'm going to just spend a moment saying that one of the reasons we might be interested in augmenting forest recharge is not just from the water supply perspective. I think the most important perspective about the reason forestry is a valuable part of a managed landscape has to do with water quality. When the FDEP went about establishing the numeric nutrient criteria, all of the streams that they picked were not necessarily draining pristine land. They were draining land that was managed for timber. These were the best streams in the state. So all of the benchmark streams were draining timberland. And it was acknowledged, and it's been widely demonstrated, that the water quality coming off of managed forests is really high. And so if we augment that supply of really high quality water, we are offsetting some of the consequences of water quality changes arising from urban or other land uses. One synthesis that sort of demonstrates this is that if we look at the event mean concentrations of total nitrogen and total phosphorus, and we compare basically any other land use with managed forests, we have a very strong case to make that the managed forests are by far the best water quality game in town. And so we want to augment the water that's coming from that particular land cover type. This was actually a study in Silver Spring, so just outside the district, this district's boundary, but you can see in the aquifer beneath the Silver Springs forest and rangelands were essentially more than meeting the numeric nutrient criteria for springs, and every drop of extra water we put in the aquifer from those land uses is diluting the effects of other land uses and consequently helping us meet our regional water quality goals. So I don't want to lose track of water quality in all the conversation about volume. Forest management works, and I want to make sure that message is loud and clear. We think, based on recent evidence, that the water budget in the Upper Santa Fe River has changed. So it's not even just a lower Santa Fe River issue. This is an upper Santa Fe River issue. What I'm showing you here is a nearly 100-year record of rainfall in red and stream flow at the Worthington Springs gauge in blue. And on this lower graph right here, this is basically just taking the monthly sum of rainfall. So every month we add that month's rainfall, plotting it against the monthly sum of discharge, what we call in hydrology a double mass curve. And what I want you to call your attention to here is, let's see if I can make this thing work, a very consistent linear relationship over nearly 70 years of hydrology in North Florida, followed by a break point at which that relationship changes quite dramatically. That break point turns out to have been 1998. Many of you who've studied the hydrology of North Florida knows that 1998 to 2002 was a significant period of time. So this is basically, this graph right here illustrates the departure from that line. And you can see basically starting in 1998, the hydrological system went off a cliff. And that is a change in the hydrological flow generating regime. The reasons for that, I think, are extraordinarily relevant to bodies like this, is to understand what's happened and how do we fix it? How do we make sure that we avoid that from being the future fate? And so, given that, this MFL determinant, or this, it's, you know, the MFL was developed, by the way, yikes, that was not what I meant to do. The MFL was developed right here, and so during the development of the MFL, there's no way you would have seen this ongoing change in the hydrological regime in the upper Santa Fe Basin. And we think it's relevant, this forest management question is relevant to fixing that problem. I'll make the case that I don't think that changes in forest density are well timed to explain the problem, but that the opportunities to manage forests in a slightly different way, I think, are definitely part of a landscape-wide solution. So how am I doing on time? All good? Okay. And again, if y'all have questions, please feel free to interject. Okay, so one of the things that we can do is, and we spent quite a bit of time doing, is trying to reconstruct the history, the forested history of this watershed. We can go back to 1938 for forest cover. We can go back to 1932 for discharge. And so we have nearly a century worth of historical record that helps us try to reassemble what does the upper Santa Fe River Basin looked like, and how has it changed? And so we asked two questions: how has forest cover changed over time, and how has water yield changed over time? This is quite a laborious process. It involves a lot of orthorectifying of old aerial images and then a pixel by pixel interrogation of whether a tree is present or not in a given pixel. So this is the upper Santa Fe, or the Worthington Springs Basin right here. This is the Bradford Forest, this 30,000 acre parcel that we've been working in. And in each place we have orthorectified imagery dating back to the 30s. You can see this is the first image in the 30s all the way through 2012. And we laboriously went through and determined in these grids that span the entire landscape sort of yes/no on forest cover. And what we come up with is some evidence, and this was done both in wetlands and in uplands. There's been no change in the density of trees in the wetlands. That's the blue bars. But the gray bars, we can see this really rapid increase between the 1930s and 1965, 1970 in forest cover. Right, more or less doubling forest cover between the early period, when it's a very open pine savanna ecosystem, to a more intensively managed system. The Rainier Corporation took ownership of the Bradford Forest in the late 1970s, and so a lot of that preceded them, but they've continued to manage that landscape as an intensive pine plantation, and you can see it's sustained relatively high levels of forest cover. This is a pretty low frequency sort of measurement, and what we were especially interested in is trying to connect it to satellite imagery, because satellites are flying over the top of us every day, and one in particular, Landsat, has been collecting images since 1985, and it flies over the top of us about every 16 days, and so it's a very rich record from which to reconstruct the history of forests. So we did a lot of jujitsu to try to connect the aerial photographs to the satellites, hand off the two, and reconstruct what we think is the long time series of leaf area index, which is the most important forest structural attribute for predicting water yield over time. So you can see that shown here. You can see this is, the red line is at the scale of the entire Worthington Springs Basin. The blue is specific to the Bradford Forest system. You can see here a map of the Bradford Forest showing the leaf area index ranging from 0 in recent clear cuts to 6 in these very dense wetland areas, seen right here and right here. The trend in leaf area index over that time is pretty similar between both the larger basin and the Bradford Forest region, which we think means that the Bradford Forest is actually quite representative of what's been going on in North Florida, and at least within the Worthington Springs Basin. So you can see this increase. One thing to call your attention to is the slope of that line. So we fitted a line to the data. I know it's kind of all over the place. Of course, it varies from drought conditions and harvest conditions and all sorts of other things. But in general, there's this upward trend of about 1/100th of an LAI unit per year. So over that century of the period of record, it's gone up by about a unit of LAI. That was what I said earlier, that we have fairly convincing evidence that the LAI since the earliest data has gone up by about a unit. You can also see at the very end this landscape scale drop, that the scale of the Bradford Forest, the blue line, has been dropping quite precipitously, and that is our experiment. That's the experiment that we've done in collaboration with Rainier to try to actually modify the leaf area index and study how the streams have responded. And so one of the things to draw from this is that we're very good at being able to detect the forest's attributes from space. And so in terms of trying to establish how the spatial patterns and the temporal patterns of leaf area index, satellite imagery is really, really compelling as a tool. We applied that very simple model I told you about at the beginning. This is the stand level model. We applied it at the scale of the whole watershed. This model has no business making predictions at the whole watershed scale. This model is intended to study very small parcels of land. It's very simple. It's definitely way too simple to think about the routing of water and where water went. Did it go to the Florida aquifer? Did it get stored in a wetland? But we thought, well, this is the only model we really have right now, and so we applied it. And I actually am sort of pleasantly surprised by how well the model performed. This is the sort of relationship year by year. You can see it's explaining most of the variability that was observed. One of the things that we note, that I'll note here just based on this, is that these yellow dots, which are the most recent period of time, almost all the yellow dots are way up here. What that means is that the model thinks there should be all this water coming out of the Worthington Springs Basin based on what we know about forest cover, what we know about the rain, and we're not seeing it. And that would suggest that the errors in the model are saying, well, something else is the reason why we're seeing that decline in discharge. It's not because of the changes in land cover. It's something else. It maybe is pumping far field. We don't really know exactly. I think there's probably many hypotheses to test in that space. But that recent change in hydrology probably can't be directly attributed to historical changes in forest cover. But that doesn't mean that management of forests can't be part of the solution. So I just want to, we can say quite confidently that leaf area index has increased about a unit since the 1950s. The water yield decline that we observe, this black line, is basically a decline in the observed water yield over the last 25 years. I think it's somewhat alarming. It's unexplained, maybe is why it feels alarming to me. I don't know why it's happening, but if you look at this line and you think this is basically missing water, we're missing about 3.5 inches of runoff every year. If we were to reduce leaf area index in the upper Worthington Springs Basin, we would be able to yield on the order of 3.5 inches per year. So again, just to put context, if we were to take a forest management perspective on that declining water yield in the upper Santa Fe Basin, forest management can definitely be part of the solution. How would you do that? Well, first thing you have to do is figure out what you think the water yield would be from your land. And so we've taken over a 24,000 square mile area. We've created an ArcGIS tool so anybody can go in and say, well, here's the parcel I'm interested in, and I want to know how much water yield would come from there. There's some inputs to that. I'm not going to bore you with it, but we have to be able to construct these aridity maps. We have to be able to construct depth to water table maps. These are existing products. This is not something we had to make up, but we had to harness them and basically put them into a computer code through a thing called Google Earth Engine that allows our ArcGIS system to ask questions of any parcel that you might be interested in. One piece of that is predicting the leaf area index. I mentioned that you can do this from space. We assembled a stack of images from 1985 on. It's all been cloud filtered. It's all been thought, we've thought quite carefully about how to do this. What we can show is this is the last 10 years of leaf area index, the average across all of North Florida. Why are we interested in this? You can't really change the water table depth, right? That's sort of controlled by the geology. And you can't really change the climate. That's controlled by whatever the atmosphere is doing. So the one thing you really can manage is the leaf area. And so the leaf area ends up being a really important piece of this management puzzle. We put all that together and we produce this map. And I think this map is just amazing. I mean, it gives you a spatial understanding of where in this study domain, this 24,000 square miles, we think the water yield is high, low, and in between. This number, this histogram over here is on the order of 24 centimeters of runoff. That's about 10 inches is a typical runoff rate from the landscape. Turns out that 10 inches per year is almost exactly the runoff rate from the entire Suwannee District, entire Suwannee River. It's a little bit above what we see in Worthington Springs. This call out right here is showing you the water yields, the annual water yields. This is in centimeters, so divide by, so it's about 10 inches, a little bit less than 10 inches, somewhere between 8 and 10 inches for each of the watersheds of the Bradford Forest experiment. And so we have a tool now that says, well, what if you went in and were to modify the leaf area in a particular parcel, what would be the consequences? How much water would you mobilize? And I think that ends up being quite a useful decision support tool. All right, so now we're going to get into a little bit more of the data from this, and I'm going to maybe rush through this a little bit. So this is what the Bradford Forest looks like. This is a flatwoods, right? Classical flatwoods. It's very flat, hence the name, and it has lots of depressions embedded in it in which mostly wetland plants grow. Think maples and cypress and gum trees. Rainier is I think a very effective steward of the land. They mostly don't, they don't harvest is a typical, they certainly don't bed in the wetlands. Sometimes they will harvest from time to time, but these lands end up being, they're sort of embedded in the mosaic of the upland pine. You can see over on the left side, this area has been clear cut. On the right, you can see pines and lines, typical silvicultural operation. Those wetlands are all over the place. And so one of our questions in this project was, when you harvest in the uplands around these wetlands, what is the hydrological consequence in the wetland? Do we see the water table come up in a way that's predictable based on what happened in the upland? Remember, the wetland was unharvested. The wetland was left alone. And so in the context of this wetlandscape, right, this is a landscape that's this very complicated mosaic of uplands and wetlands, can we see the wetlands sort of serving as the first place where this this new water would show up? And so we installed water level recorders in 50 wetlands. This continues to be quite a lot of work. You can see the water levels are mostly synchronous. All the wetlands are essentially receiving the same rainfall, but there are deep wetlands and there are shallow wetlands and there's wetlands that dry out quickly and there's wetlands that don't and there's wetlands that are ditched and wetlands that are not. A lot of ditches were dug in the 1960s and 70s and early silvicultural prescriptions, and so this landscape is a spider web of ditches. Nowadays, the ditches are actually a bit of a liability. My understanding from talking to silviculturalists, foresters at Rainier is they would like to get rid of the ditches if they could. That would simplify their lives. The ditches are relevant. I'll come back to them in a moment. Suffice to say, we have a whole variety of different wetlands that we can use as a response to harvest. What we did was we said, all right, we have in those wetlands, we intentionally selected those places based on whether they were going to be in a harvested block or not. So we have about 20 wetlands that sit in a harvest in a stand, adjacent uplands that were unchanged during the entire period of record. We'll call those reference wetlands. There's about 20 of them. And there's about 18 wetlands where some level of logging intensity happened in the adjacent uplands. We'll call those logged wetlands. And in each one, we interrogate the leaf area index and in the 250 meters, so about a little bit under 1,000 feet around each of the wetlands. So we're looking at the leaf area index from satellites in the footprint around each of the wetlands. It's pretty easy to see what's going on here. You can see in 2022, one of our study wetlands was unharvested. By 2024, you can see the evidence of clear cutting and bedding, which is a typical process. And what you can see here is two hydrographs. The blue is the one that nothing happened on. The black and gold are ones where we have before the harvest date, which is this vertical red line, and after the harvest date. And what we're trying to understand is whether the water level in the one that was in the harvested, like post-harvest, actually increased or not. This is sort of a time series of the leaf area index. You can see the leaf area index, which is this blue line in the reference, was going down. It was going down very slightly, and the reason is that we started this in a very wet period, and then we found ourselves in a drought by the end. And so what we were watching is the forest respond to the weather. The other site, this is the log site, was also declining until the harvest date, and then it really fell off, right? And so we can see this change, silvicultural implementation of a harvest. We did that lots of times, right? This graph shows you the blue line are all the reference sites. The red line is sort of the average of all the logged sites, and so, but every one of them is a little bit different. These are the different harvest dates you can see down here. Some were early in 2020, some were quite late in the period in early 2024. So we have before and after, and a reference and a control in each case. And we can do this hundreds of times across all of the wetlands that we've instrumented. And what we look at is the relationship between the water level in the reference wetland and the water level in the logged wetland before anything happened. That's these black dots and this black line. And then after, the same two wetlands, after the logging date, and that's this gold line. And I've looked at hundreds of these things. They all, this is a good example, but it is not a unique example of the relationship that you see. And the way to interpret this is that initially there was a relationship between the two, right? When the water level was up in one, it was up in the other, which is unsurprising because they both were rained on and were both subject to drying. After the logging, that's the gold dots, the logged site was wetter. The water level was higher. And that water level was particularly evident when the wetland was dry and a little bit less evident when the wetland was really wet. And the reason is that these wetlands will fill up and then they'll spill out. So as soon as they get to the altitude at which the water is surface connected, you basically can't raise the water level anymore. And so you're essentially constrained by the height of that spill threshold. And so that's what you're looking at right here. This is the spill threshold right here. And so the two water levels converge because you can't get any higher than that. But you see this very dramatic water level response when the wetlands are drier. And so what we can do is take all that information and say, well, what was the consequence of reducing LAI? So for every unit of LAI, each unit change in LAI that we observed in the adjacent uplands, what was the water level response in the wetlands? Number was just about 4 inches, right? And so this is a histogram of all the different sites. Nature is nature. Sometimes we harvested and the water levels in the harvested site went down. And I don't have any explanation really as to why. I mean, they were all subject to the same weather, but on average, the wetlands got wetter, and they got wetter at a rate that is remarkably consistent with what we expected to see based on what we observed at those acre stand levels. And so quite consistent hydrological response. With an important caveat, I'm just going to show you two different wetlands. They're a little hard to see, but these deeper blue areas are like lower altitude, divots in the landscape or water ponds. And you can see the wetland on the left is unconnected to anything, it's not augmented by ditches, whereas the one on the right has a ditch running straight through it. And so the ditches were installed to try to get water off the landscape so that the water table would drop and it was favorable to producing pine trees. Modern cultivars and bedding techniques make that not so necessary anymore, so these ditches are a bit of an artifact, but they tend to do their job, which is to say export water and prevent water accumulating in these landscape depressions. And so when we look at the relationship between the LAI change in the upland and the wetland response, it's a very strong relationship when we look at the wetlands like these guys, But in these where the ditch is connected, we see a much weaker relationship. And so when we think about Flatwoods restoration, and it's a little bit of, we have two levers we can pull in terms of managing the water in this landscape. One is to manage the leaf area index in the upland forest. The other is to start to work to fill in some of this ditch network that exists across the landscape. I think both of them are going to have substantial hydrological impacts. The ditch filling is a little bit more of a frontier. I don't know exactly how it would work, and I think it's an area that would be quite interesting to study. But it certainly affects how the wetlands respond to the upland forest management. All right, so at the wetland scale, we see a very consistent response with what we observed at the stand level, right? So the wetlands are responding, the water levels are increasing at levels that are essentially identical to what we expected to see based on the water yield estimates from that prior project. The next thing we did is we looked at the streams. There are actually 10 streams. I've outlined each of them here. I put a red dot at the outlet where we have a flow gauge and showed you the direction. Every one of these watersheds is like almost entirely owned by Rainier, which has given us a lot of latitude to do some like large landscape experiments. Delineating watersheds in Florida is actually really kind of a pain in the butt. It requires a lot of understanding of where the culverts are, and so we did a lot of work to take the LiDAR digital elevation model and impose some hydrological reality. So we are able to delineate these watersheds. We feel pretty good about them, not perfect. Each one of those places we installed a stage recorder, which is basically a pressure transducer in a well in the stream. It tracks how the stream is going up and down, and we measured discharge. We built a rating curve, so now we can produce an estimate of the continuous discharge of water at each one of those 10 locations. And that lets us do a lot of hydrological investigation. How much water is leaving each of these watersheds over time? Since we know the watershed area, we can compare every watershed. We don't need to think about the volumes. We can, if we take each flow and divide it by the area of that contributes, the watershed area, we get a thing called specific discharge, which is comparable across all watersheds of any scale. So here's all the watersheds that we looked at. We had 3 watersheds that were intensively harvested, 3 watersheds that were more moderately harvested, and 3 watersheds that were more or less left alone. They vary in size, they vary in percentage of the watershed that's wetlands. And you can see the harvest percentages in the high-intensity ones, about 1/3 of the biomass was harvested, about 20 to 15% in the medium ones, and less than 3% of the harvest of biomass was harvested in the low ones. We have, just to convince you, these are truly forested watersheds. There's essentially no other land use in any of them. There's a tiny little bit of improved pasture. Not sure why the computer is freaking out. There we go. And there's a little bit here of open land and some medium density residential, some inholdings. But the vast majority of the land, about 60% of it is it's pine plantation, the other 30 to 40% of it is wetlands. So this is a fairly low-intensity landscape. These are the harvest treatments, so this is a big shout-out to Rainier. You can see both the time and extent of harvesting. I'll call your attention in particular to basin number 7 here and basin number 5. Both of those were intensively harvested over the period of record. Basin number 7 was almost completely harvested during the period in 2022. And then Basin 3, they actually never ended up harvesting this area, but Basin 3, Basin 6, and Basin 6A are all watersheds that were essentially not harvested at all. And so we can measure the hydrological responses in those streams. So I just want to show you some hydrographs. We're not going to spend a lot of time looking at these. The Flatwoods streams are super flashy. They don't sustain much flow between when it rains. The flow turns on when we get rain, particularly when we get rain that's falling on a wet landscape. A rain event on a dry landscape won't do anything. The same rain event on a wet landscape will produce a really dramatic water response. These are 5 of the smaller watersheds, and here's 3 of the larger watersheds, and I just defy you to see anything in these data. I mean, it's impossible. It's so flashy that there's really not an easy signal to observe, and so we have to do a little bit of summation in order to see any of the changes. But the hypothesis is, following harvesting, we should see more discharge coming out of those watersheds that are harvested than we saw prior to their harvesting because of that reduction in leaf area. The rainfall is one of the reasons we did this for 4 years, and one of the reasons that we probably wish we'd have done it for more years, is that the rainfall is uneven. Every year is a little bit different. So we had this very wet period in the early part of our study, and then starting at about the middle of late 2022, we saw a pretty marked change in the amount of rainfall over time. But 4 years is long enough that we picked up a number of major storms. We feel like this is a fairly representative period. This is not a climatic anomaly. This is what happens in North Florida. We have wet years and dry years, and this is sort of reflecting that. So we can start to ask how much water came out of each of these watersheds. And these numbers over here, these are the water yields in inches. And you can see these had relatively low levels. These had higher levels. Overall, if we take the average across this whole landscape, we end up with about somewhere just south of 9 inches of rain of runoff a year. About 15% of the raindrops became stream flow, right? That means 85% of them, based on our water budget, were evaporated. It's worth comparing those numbers to what we see over the last century at Worthington Springs, where we've seen an average of about 9.5 inches of runoff per year since 1932, and about 17% of the raindrops turning into stream flow. So we're right in the right ballpark. When there's nothing anomalous, these are our own very customized local discharge measurements, but they're telling essentially the same story that we see as a century of discharge measurements by the USGS at a long-term river gauge. We also saw some pretty dramatic changes in leaf area index. So I'm going to call your attention in particular to this blue line right here, which is basin number 3, which was a site that was essentially unharvested. This is basin number 6, and this is basin number 6A. And then this green line right here is basin 7. I pointed that one out earlier. That was the one where we extensively harvested. We can see everybody's leaf area, every watershed, the leaf area index was going down, and that's because the pine trees were water limited, right? They were putting on less leaf area because there was less water. No acre of this land is irrigated, and so it's essentially just what comes out of the sky that enables the trees to grow. Trees were going a little slower during the course of this drought that has been onset, but we can differentiate that from the places where the leaf area index was reduced because we manually went in and removed, manually went in and removed biomass. We can also see a very strong signal in the leaf area index, right? Very strong seasonality where there's a leaf off. Despite the fact that pines are evergreen, they still cast a lot of needles in the late winter and early spring, and then they put on a lot of needles during the summer, and so we can see that from the Landsat imagery that we assembled over this time. Again, just advocate that satellite imagery is an extraordinarily reliable way to interrogate the leaf area index condition of the landscape. We can sum up the discharge over time. We see some watersheds like these two. This is site 7 and site 15, both of which were intensively harvested, and their water yield, the total discharge that was coming out of them was much higher than the two down here, which are sites 3 and site 6, that were unharvested, right, unchanged during that time. And so all these are sort of ways to hint at the effect. I think the best way to look at this, and we've done this now, every single basin can be cross-compared, but this is, I think, a really good example. And so what we can plot is the cumulative discharge at site 3, this is an unharvested site, versus the cumulative discharge at site 7, which was a harvested site. And up until the break point in the summer of 2023, there was one relationship where the amount of water that was coming out in one watershed was predicting the amount of water that was coming out in the other watershed quite robustly. The ratio of those two was about 1.39. So there was about 1.4 times more water coming out of site 7 than was coming out of site 3 in the pre-treatment, before harvesting. after treatment, that number jumped from 1.39 to 3.41. So nearly, more than, almost tripling the amount of, the ratio of water that's yielded from the basin that was harvested. That slope is unitless. It's reported here in millimeters, but if you prefer to think of it in feet or cubits or furlongs or whatever, it doesn't matter. Basically, it's saying that the one that was harvested yielded way more water after the harvest than would have been predicted based on the relationship between those two basins before the harvest, which is strong evidence for the idea that the reduction in leaf area has enabled all this water. And remember that post-2023, it's been getting pretty dry. We've been looking at a fairly dry period, and so this effect is manifest in spite of the fact that we haven't had a lot of rainfall. So we can compare what we observed in the streams, that's these measured water yields over here, with what we predicted based on the leaf area index and this model that thinks about the aridity and the leaf area index. And it does pretty good. I mean, it's not great. The model tends to over-predict in the wet years, and it tends to under-predict in the dry years. We're not entirely sure why that is. But this model is these are large, complicated places. So to explain nearly 70% of the variability, I think we're quite happy with. The model tends to over-predict by about 20 millimeters. So we miss by about 2 centimeters, just under an inch. And so I'm going to say that this confirms essentially our prediction. The next plot, I think, does an even better job, but the way that those sites are arrayed very much follows their leaf area index. And so leaf area index is really the master variable that's predicting how watersheds are behaving. We can really unpack that a little more by plotting leaf area index in any given year versus the measured water yield that comes out of the basin. And you can see as leaf area index increases, the water yield declines. The gray dots are every year independently. Most of the water yield in any given year is controlled principally by the weather, right? The leaf area index modifies it a little bit, but it's mostly a climate signal. But we can fit a line to that nonetheless, and this suggests that for every unit of leaf area that we increase, we decrease the water yield by about 9 centimeters, a little bit under like 3.5 inches. These are like, if we take the average over the 4 years of the study, the red dots, a very strong relationship that suggests about somewhere closer to 5 inches for each unit of leaf area reduction. And so just to remember, at first we started with the stand level model that was, for each unit of leaf area, we adjust by about somewhere just south of 4 inches a year. And now at these watershed levels, we're experimentally showing that the number that we measure at that scale is somewhere between 3.6 and 5 inches per year, so bounding that stand level measurement. And so this feels like a pretty robust number, right? We're not getting 10 inches or 1 inch per year. We're always in the vicinity of 4 inches per unit of LAI, which I think is an actionable number. It's a decision-ready number, and I think that's the conclusion I want to come to here. These are my conclusions and recommendations. So first, for conclusions, our prior work suggested that we would get about 3.8 inches of additional water yield per unit LAI reduction. Forest density in the landscape has increased dramatically. We can interrogate that from satellites, which I think is really useful. The water yield in the Worthington Springs Basin has declined precipitously, but the timing is not consistent with the onset of afforestation of the landscape. And so I don't want you to leave here thinking that the reason that Worthington Springs has dried out is because we've intensively managed for silviculture. Something else changed in 1998. Silviculture was already fully established, but incentives to silviculturalists to manage their forests differently can be part of the solution. We have this GIS tool that allows us to support decision-making about forest water yield. And at the scale of the wetlands, we observe a water level response to the harvest of adjacent lands that's pretty consistent with our stand level number, somewhere on the order of 4 inches per unit of LAI reduction of water level increase. And the stream flow responses are somewhere between 3.6 and 5 inches of additional water yield per unit of LAI reduction. So again, the numbers all seem to be quite harmonized. We feel like this supports some further action, and it essentially addresses the uncertainty that Bob Hickey expressed at the very beginning, which is, I don't know if the water's going to end up at the gauge. I think the answer is the water from these management activities will end up at the gauge. We have no reason to suppose that the consonants of all these numbers suggest that this is a fairly reliable landscape level prediction. So some recommendations. ET is by far the largest part of the water budget, and so we should manage evapotranspiration where it's appropriate. Conservation forestry, especially on state lands, can modify evapotranspiration. This should be a tool in the toolbox of water supply planning. So forest management incentives to companies to provide additional water from modifying their silvicultural practices can help meet the MFLs, offset new permits. And I think the time would be ripe to see whether there are willing sellers of water easements amongst forested landowners. A pilot program, I think, is justifiable. The water quality impacts of all this additional recharge, I should not be overlooked. I think we should quantify this effect as best we can to try to understand the ways in which forest management and especially enhanced recharge can help meet some of the BMAP expectations. And ultimately, what we need are tools that allow us to create sort of coupled planning models. Right now, NEFSEG, for example, is a static groundwater-only model. But if we want to put all the pieces together, I think in the context of integrated water supply planning, we need a model that couples a robust land surface module, thinks about all of these questions about leaf area with water, with a model that routes water. And I was very heartened to see that recommendation come out in a presentation earlier today. And so that is the end. I just want to acknowledge people. Bob Hickey in particular, this is his brainchild. Dave Christian inherited the project after Bob retired. Leroy and Mary have been shepherding it along since Dave moved on, and Sean and Amy have been very important advisors to this idea. Rainier, this would not have happened without them or without the advocacy of Dr. Eric Schilling at Nikazi. And then a number of other people who've been associated with trying to create this hydrological observatory and make it relevant to partners outside of the district, the land trusts, the Natural Resource Conservation Service, and the Florida Forest Service. So with that, thank you for your time. I hope I didn't put you all to sleep.
Any questions for?
Yeah, I got one. When you obviously had a lot of interaction with Rayonier, and I'm guessing, or I'm assuming, I shouldn't do that. The difference between thinning a stand and leaving it clear cut for 2, 3, 4, 5 years, what was their reasoning behind wanting to leave the land clear cut for that long versus thinning, accelerated thinning, when I would think that you could accomplish, maybe not to the same level, but you would still be in a silviculture practice that is producing wood fiber, and they would, they're a publicly held company, so they're interested in return, right?
That's right.
I would be curious on your comment on that. Was the clear cut idea more your idea than it was Rayonier's idea?
It was not my idea. In fact, at first was like, really? I don't think that's a very good idea. So it came from the foresters in consultation with a consultant that was working, I believe, with the Water Management District, the Balmoral Group. And my advice to them and to this board is let the silviculturists figure out the best way to reduce their leaf area. They've identified that delayed planting as one viable option. They've identified some shortcomings of it as well. They have also identified some shortcomings of reduced rotations or reduced planting densities. I think accelerated thinning is also something that they would be very open to. At the end of the day, my sense is they're the professional tree growers. They should be the ones making decisions about how trees are grown. Because the leaf area index can be interrogated from space, if there were to be some contractual relationship with a Rayonier corporation, the validation that they have met some leaf area reduction targets is detectable from a satellite. And so it really, do it however you want, whatever way makes sense, business sense, given the market and the site knowledge. And so no, I don't think that it would be prescriptive in any way. I think that's just an example of an option that they found viable, if that helps clarify.
Yeah, I think so. I realize that any of these practices is going to be revenue negative, right? I mean, from a from the timber company standpoint, so there's going to have to be an offset at some point, subsidies or whatever to offset that reduction in revenue.
Well, to that point, though, I think that the marketplace is driving that, because we're seeing landowners go from planting 726 trees per acre down to 350 trees per acre. So that leaf area index is starting to come down naturally just because of market conditions, because we have lost a tremendous amount of pulp markets. So I'm wondering if you could extrapolate that kind of data into your system to see what, and project out what we might be able to gain just from the marketplace changing and what we're seeing out there.
Yeah, I mean, any change in the silvicultural treatments and lowering the initial planting density would be one that you would be able to see from that, and we could extrapolate out. I don't want to, I want them to get credit for those things, especially since the market, the stumpage prices have been so low. I mean, one way to, and one way to keep forestry as a viable enterprise in North Florida is to recognize the multitude of services that they provide. I think the water quality service is paramount amongst those. The water quantity service is something that they can modify, but I think they, just to your point, I mean, it needs to be done in the context of a business decision for them. It has to be, you know, at least capital neutral. And so if they're doing that anyways, then obviously I think there would be a social benefit, a water supply benefit from that. But I think ultimately, the question would be, can we create incentives for them to do something in addition to what they might be doing anyways that offsets some of the market chaos that they're experiencing right now?
I mean, you're suggesting that along with a possible carbon credit market, you're talking about like a water credit.
That's exactly what I'm
market.
talking about, a water easement of sorts.
Yeah.
And it could be a short-term contract, but it's verifiable because we can peer down from a satellite on what they're doing. You can't lie about your LAI, is my.
So could just brainstorming that idea, would it be better to go federal incentive marketplace, or would it be a state incentive marketplace, or maybe even going to a municipality like Jacksonville that's trying to find water to where the municipality's paying for those water credits, if you would. I mean, because I don't think it'd be right, like where I live on the west side of the Swanee River, we don't have water issues over there like you do in the Santa Fe Basin, right? So it's not right for me as a taxpayer over there to subsidize somebody else's water use in a different basin. You follow what I'm saying?
Absolutely, yeah.
So maybe that marketplace could be tweaked to where the end user in Jacksonville, if they need the water or the credits, would pay for those incentives.
Yeah, I mean, you're well above my pay grade at this point, just to be clear. I don't want to be prescriptive about the policy. I mostly want to support the technical side of it, but I do think that has to be creatively and mindfully thought about who are the actual users of the water that would be made available by this. And so the payment structure for that should be fair, right? It should be geographically fair, and it should be, mostly, I would say, this is probably me being naive and talking out of school, but when a large utility comes for a permit, one thing that might be a permit condition would be creating a payment into a pool of money that's an incentive for landowners in the vicinity of that permit to be encouraged to change silvicultural practices. And I know there's lots of landmines in there, and I mean, that's your guys' job, not mine. But I do think that there's a lot of mindfulness that would have to be taken about how that policy is set up. I'm just going to say here that hydrologically, I think it's a well-supported notion. The details of how that would look, I think, are very much TBD.
Excellent job, excellent study. Appreciate the information. Any other questions from the guy?
Very good presentation.
Yeah, appreciate you. Thank you very much. Okay, Ms. Diaz, is anything else that we have on that? Anything else, Ms. Diaz, for that?
Next phases of this, we'll be doing that framework of how that would look. So we would come back to show you what that would.
Excellent. Appreciate your hard work. Thank you. All the staff, appreciate you guys. Ms. Shaw, you are front and center so we can have a committee? Yes. Do we need a motion to conclude it? No, we don't. It's done. Our workshop's complete. There, thank you. Ms. Shaw, we're going to get started now on the audit committee, and if you don't mind, I'm going to bring that meeting to order, if you guys would, and I'm going to say, Robin, if you'll do roll call, appreciate it.
Sure. Ms. Johns, Mr. Keith?
Here.
Mr. Richard?
Here.
Mr. Lloyd?
Here.
Mr. Sessions?
Here.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go now, before we bring Pam and turn the floor over to her. Is there any public comment? Did you get any public comment cards on this meeting? Having none, I'm going to close that out then, and Ms. Pam, I'm going to turn the floor over to you.
Thank you. So, Chair Schwab, or how do we do that? Vice Chair Schwab? Anyway, and members of the committee, we have 3 items for you today, and one of them is our fiscal year 2024-25 financial audit report. And Robin, if you've got somebody who might could give those out to the committee members or the board members, that would be helpful. Thank you. Brad Huff, we're going to bring Brad up for you. He is going to give our report for our financial audit. So, really, Brad, just take it away.
Yes, ma'am. Well, if you guys want to get those reports, well, I'll be going through that.
Thank you, Tim.
And one's for you, Tim.
All right. Well, first of all, as always, we really appreciate the opportunity to work with Pam and Kristen and the team. They do a fantastic job of getting us everything that we need in order to look through things and perform the audit. So the final product of that is what you all have in front of you, and this is the financial statements. If you look on page 6 is where I'll be starting. So this is our auditor's letter, and it basically says that we've conducted our audits in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards, as well as governmental auditing standards. And as always, the goal of an audit is to obtain a clean or unmodified opinion. And basically what that means is that we've looked at everything, and if we give it a clean opinion, we mean that we believe that the information in this report is reliable and useful for making decisions. And so if you look on the second paragraph of that page, it states our opinion, and you did, in fact, again, obtain an unmodified opinion there. In addition to that, there were no findings for the current year for the financial statement audit, and so we'll discuss that later. But if you will go to page 9, that's the next thing we're looking at. So page 9, this is your management discussion analysis. It's a required section that's really important for helping put the information in the rest of the report into a context. And Pam and Kristen worked really hard to make sure that this was a readable document. We've had changing standards. GASB 103, you might notice if you looked at it in the past that it looks a little different than it has in the past, and hopefully that makes it more readable and usable for again bringing context to the information that's later on in the report. But since it is based on information that's later on in the report, I'm going to skip over that and encourage you to read that on your own time. And we'll go to page 16. So governmental accounting standards require reporting of financial information in 2 ways. One is more for long-term profitability, like a business. And then the other is more for short-term cash management information. The short-term cash management is generally more useful for councils and what have you. And so that's really what we're going to focus in on. But just for your information, pages 16 through 18 is more of that business type, and it shows your long-term assets, your long-term liabilities, and what have you on there. But if you go to page 19, This is your balance sheet, and it shows what each major fund in the district owns, and what they owe in the short term, and then the net of those amounts, which is called your fund balance. District maintains 5 funds, which are presented below. One measure of an entity's health that we like to point out is if there were no change in the operational spending of the district, how long would it take for the unassigned fund balance in the general fund to run out? Now, the unassigned fund balance, again, is the net amount of your assets and your liabilities. It's the below, it's that $15.7 million number at the bottom left-hand side of your page. It says unassigned general fund operations. And then we just want to take a look and see how long would it be before that ran out if spending held constant. Operational spending there was about $10 million, which means you'd have between about 18 and 19 months of reserves if there were no income brought in the general fund. This is a decrease from last year of about two months, but generally we like to see at least 4 months of reserve. So in that respect, the district is very well off. And the other thing to point out, as we have in the past, is that there's not a ton of that, $15 million is invested in cash. So it is earning interest for you all. That's good. So if we go to the next page, this is your statement of revenue, expenses, and changes in fund balance. Basically, this shows what was earned and what was spent during the year. And I'll take this from a government-wide approach and look. In the current year, the district earned about $32 million in income, mostly from intergovernmental revenues such as appropriations and federal state grants. And they spent about $32.5 million, and a majority of that was spent on projects. That was a pretty much break-even net decrease of about $240,000. Because a lot of the intergovernmental revenues are reimbursements for projects, you're going to see that break-even pretty normally. But some of the drivers for your revenues were you had a high level of interest income driven by higher market rates. You had growth in ad valorem property taxes due to new construction in the district. You had additional timber revenue tied to hurricane-related salvage harvesting activity. And then there was a smaller increase in the fair market value for SPIA than there was last year. Still an increase, but a smaller increase, which impacted things. And again, in the end, the district pretty much broke even on the year. So if you go to page 37, another thing we like to point out are capital assets. This table right here shows your capital assets, and should they increase by a little less than about $3 million over the last year, largely due to the purchase of an easement. That was where the increase was. Accumulated depreciation, which is an estimate, though imperfect, is an estimate of how to recognize the expense of an object over its useful life. That increased by about $365,000, which means, as an estimate, you guys have about your assets have, on the whole, about 41% of their useful life remaining. Next page, on page 38, we also like to look at long-term debt. Your long-term debt's made up of compensated absences, that's like unpaid PTO at the end of the year, the FRS pension liability, the OPEB liabilities, and then subscription and lease liabilities. The total amount was about $5.3 million. If you look in that table in the middle of your page there, this showed a net reduction of close to $1.4 million, but that's primarily due to the reduction in the net pension liability related to FRS, which is actuarially determined and can fluctuate year to year based on factors such as markets and how many people are retiring and what have you. You go to page 54. This is your budget versus actual, so pages 54 all the way through 58 are your budgets versus actuals, but you'll look on all of them and notice these are required to be reported for governmental for your governmental funds, which all of your funds are. And you'll notice that in each one of those spending was well below what was budgeted. You can go to page 68. Another thing we like to point out on the year is state and federal spending. And so 68, your schedule, it shows what was spent on state and federal projects on the year. Federally, you spent about 5.3 million. You'll see that down at the bottom of page 68, and then at the bottom of page 71. You'll see that you spent about 14.8 million in state, on state projects, state financial assistance. Both of these triggered what's called a single audit, which is an audit of compliance. And for the results of those, you can go to page 81. Okay. 81, let's see, sorry, I misread that one. Go to page 83. Apologize. So 83 is your report on your federal single audit. Okay, and again, as previously stated, the level of federal spending triggered the single audit that we're talking about here. This requires a review of compliance requirements for each major federal program that was selected. This year, the major federal program was your coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds. And as you can see below, our opinion on that, in that second paragraph there is, we believe the district complied with federal requirements in all material respects. In addition, on page 86, this is the report on your state single audit. The major programs for that, or the major projects for that were your Springs Initiative and your alternative water supply programs through the DEP. And again, in that second paragraph, we found that the district complied in all material respects with those requirements as well. On page 81, go back a few pages. In addition to looking at the numbers of your financial statements, we also look at internal controls as a part of it. We don't opine on the internal controls, but we look at them and see if there are any findings that need to be relayed to you all. And if you read through that report, you'll find that there were no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies that we were able to detect in your internal controls. On page 91, this is your management letter. And once again, you can read through that, but basically, to summarize, it just states that there were no findings or significant suggestions in the current year. On page 95, this report discusses your compliance with state requirements for your usage or your stewardship of public funds, and we found we had no findings related to that. So again, we really appreciate the opportunity to work with you all again, and we thank Pam and Kristen for all the work they did for this. And yeah, if you guys have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. Do you have any questions for him? A lot of information there.
I'm not on the audit committee, but I got one.
No, you don't have, I'm sorry, you're not on the committee. If you want to join the committee, you're more than welcome to.
No, I'm good, I'm good.
Go ahead.
I'm just curious, and this, I could ask Pam and, or Kristen, I'm sure they could answer this for me, but the liability associated with the pension fund,
Yes, sir.
that's a pretty substantial change, almost $1.4 million.
Yes, sir.
Is that something that the district has to budget for? Or do you just assume that at some point it's going to go up and then it's going to go down? And
Yes, sir. Pretty much. I mean, that's just the way it is. And you look at statewide, everyone who's part of the FRS is going to be showing the same gain or loss in the year based on their percentage of that pension liability. It just has to be shown on your budget, but there's.
so it's not a number that reduces this year because of the adjustment, right?
No, so
The
when you
amount
look-
of money that's contributed stays the same, it's just
Yes, sir.
a percentage
Well,
of the salary.
I guess it seems to be going up, but yes, sir, to be able to continue to fund, the needs of that pension. But yes, sir.
Okay, just curiosity, I appreciate you answering the question.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We're going to move into Section 5 now, the Inspector General's Report 2026-02, the internal audit for timber sales.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, what?
I need to make a motion
Yeah.
to read the recommendation. and
Please,
then-
yes, go ahead. Sorry.
So the recommendation is to accept the fiscal year 2024-2025 financial audit report from Powell and Jones CPA.
I make the motion. Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Thank you.
Yes, sir. And I also would like to thank Powell and Jones. They did a really great job. It was a lot of information. We had 2 new GASB pronouncements to put in place and statements. So I thank you for all the help and guidance. We appreciate it. So our next item, thank you. And so our next item is, the 2 items is for the Inspector General reports. Mr. Sam McCall with Law Kroner and Monroe, he's going to present our 2 Inspector General reports. So,
Thank you, Pam. Chairman Swab, members of the governing board, thank you for allowing me to be here today. I'm going to present first the follow-up we did on the Auditor General's last operational audit. Put that in perspective, that report was issued in September of 2025. They looked at 22 areas within the district, and that's why I wanted to put that in perspective, is because as we followed up only 2 areas we followed up on, but they did look at 22 areas. I didn't list them all, but some included that they didn't comment on, which is a good thing. It's conflicts of interest, investments, land acquisitions, capital project expenditures, tangible personal property, P cards, and cost share contracts. That's just to give you the flavor of the things they looked at, to come up with the 2 things that they did comment on. They had 2 findings, and the first finding was the district allocated interest earnings totaling $300,000 to the general fund that should have been allocated to the special revenue fund, land management compensation fund, land management and operational fund. The district accounts for restricted resources such as timbered sales in the special revenue, land management, and operational fund. Review by the Auditor General in their financial statements, they noted that the district reported interest earnings of $1.2 million and $244,000 in the general fund and the state fund. However, no interest earnings were reported in the land management fund. They expanded their test and procedures, and they noted that the district recorded interest earnings totaling $300,000 in the general fund that should have been earned and should have been recorded in the land management fund. So their suggestion, and the district did address that, they did make the transfer that was requested and recommended by the Auditor General. So the district response was that they'll continue their efforts to ensure earnings are properly calculated and allocated, and those interest earnings were sent back to the land management fund. In terms of our report on that, we have right here, is that the district staff implemented changes to the interest allocation process for fiscal year 25-26 as of September 15, 2025, and have adjusted the interest out of the general fund and allocated it back to the generating fund as of September 30, 2025. As such, the Auditor General's finding has been corrected. The second finding that the Auditor General had related to extra compensation. And I would say this as I bring this up. You receive your annual audit, the one that Brad just presented to you, every year. The Auditor General looks at you every 3 years. They look in more detail, and they call those operational audits. They could also be called performance audits. They're all conducted under generally accepted government audit standards. Brad's audit, the Auditor General's audit, and the audit we do for the district and our internal audit work follows generally accepted government audit standards. The finding here was that state law prohibits the district from making extra compensation payments to employees after services have been rendered. That's the law. That's not exactly what we had here, but that's the law that they referenced. While the state provides for payment of bonus awards, the law requires that any policy, ordinance, rule, or resolution designed to implement a bonus scheme must be base the award of a bonus on work performance. It includes a process as to how you go about doing that. On October 3rd, 2024, the district had 63 employees awarded bonuses totaling $128,500 to 58 of those employees. The recommendation the Auditor General had was the district should refrain from making extra compensation payments. And again, I'll say it was not extra compensation payments in my view, but that's the law they're referring to, after employees have received, services have been rendered. And then the key here, if the district decides, and I'll focus on that word, if the district decides to implement a bonus scheme, an effective process should be established to ensure compliance with statutory requirements. So it says if the district decides to implement a bonus scheme, it should follow the state law. On that particular finding, the process, in my view, was already in place. It had been providing bonuses for several years. So it wasn't what I would call extra compensation. It was continuation of a bonus program the district had in place. It had been following for several years. They just did not have their policies, procedures, all the things that should be in place in writing prior to doing that. So everyone was aware of the bonus program. However, the bonus program had not been reduced to writing so as to fully meet the requirements of law. The Auditor General's report was issued in September of 2025. You were already underway for your bonus program for 24-25, which would have had those bonuses coming right after the audit was issued. So you're in a dilemma here. What do you do? Do you go back and try and work on that, or do you take away bonuses or not give bonuses for the year? I think everyone, and hopefully the board would agree, to not have bonuses for that year, since that program had been in place for several years, would probably not be fair to the employees. So what the district did was they went back, and as a corrective measure, the district collected staff acknowledgement of the awareness of the program, the bonus award requirements, the performance expectations to achieve a bonus. The policy and practice was formalized after the bonus awarding process was already underway for fiscal year 24-25, and that was drawing to a close. In this process, Hugh, Tim, Pam, your HR staff reached out to me. I looked at what they were planning to do, looked at their process for making this as best we could make it, made a few suggestions, and they moved forward. So in terms of that, our conclusion is the district staff implemented written performance standards and an evaluation process, as well as a bonus plan in compliance with the statutes in the Florida Administrative Code. As such, the Auditor General's finding has been corrected. So that was the issue there and how it was addressed on a logical, fair, reasonable basis.
Any
questions?
Yeah, any questions? Do you enjoy being a Pharisee? That's all I can ask. I mean, just going around pumping yourself up, saying, I got this, we're going to make this law just right, we're going to pick and pull and everything else. I mean, do you sleep good at night knowing that? I mean, Jesus spoke ill against you kind of people. I'm just saying.
Auditors have been accused of coming in after the battle and taking care of the wounded.
Okay, all right.
In a bad way. I always look at myself as trying to help. And when I've issued reports and issued surveys after audits have been issued, the most important question I always look for, were we fair? You may not agree with the conclusions, but if someone else had done the same audit, do you think they would have come to the same conclusion? So if I can sleep very well at night, if I feel like I've been fair with the client.
I think you have. You worked with our staff and made it right. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate it.
Appreciate them reaching out to you.
Yes, sir. Any other comments?
I'm just wondering, how you're not aging every year?
Not aging?
Is that clean living?
I would hope so, yes, sir. I would hope it's that. I've worked 56 years so far, and I'm still looking forward to working some more, as long as my health is
And when
good.
we get this age, we notice stuff like that.
We notice that we can't do things as easily as we could in the past.
Amen.
Yes, sir.
Well, we need you around, obviously, because evidently the Auditor General finds little nitpicky things that we need to kind of correct that, that you can help us navigate through those landmines. Thank you.
Well, I worked there 30 years, and I was the deputy for the state for 13 of those years, but I know that since I left, when I was there, we tried to be fair. I think sometimes we were not quite as fair as we should have been.
It's those young bucks in there, probably Gen X. I understand. I can relate to that.
Well, part of that, to be a little more forward with you, is when I worked with the city of Tallahassee, Florida State University, and working with Law Red now and working with you, I know Pam, I see Pam, I know the governing board, I know you're trying to do the right thing, but sitting up there as the deputy auditor general and reading reports from throughout the state, I never saw the president of a state university in South Florida.
Right.
It's at a distance, you know, it's not the feeling that you have when you see someone today
Makes a
and you don't
difference.
work with them tomorrow.
That's right.
And I've always, when I worked with the city manager, I said, I want to see you succeed. I have no pleasure in seeing anyone get fired. Some people need to leave because they need to leave, but if you can be hopefully viewed as fair most of the time, then that's
So,
about all you can do.
so in your professional opinion, we don't need to work on any staffing, issues because we made these mistakes. Is that what you're saying?
This was 2 out of 22 issues, and they were both can be corrected. I don't think there was a significant. I think the last issue, they were talking about if you plan to implement a bonus program. You weren't planning to implement one.
No,
already
you
had
said it was a scheme too, and I have a problem with that word scheme. There's no scheming going on around here.
The 2 words that bothered me was decide, if you decide to do this, because you're already doing it. And the second was, there was a scheme.
Yeah, that's right. There's no scheme going on
There's no
here.
scheme, there's a straightforward process to have the employees, as best you could, acknowledge that they were aware of this program, they've been involved in it, they would hope that you would continue it, and it was not fair, I think is the word there, to not give them a bonus at the end of the year. That wasn't their issue, that was at a higher level.
Anything else?
Mr. Chair, I'd just like
Pam?
to say that
Okay.
we appreciate the work that Mr. McCall has done.
Yes, sir.
It's very helpful.
Absolutely.
And I want to echo that. We have definitely leaned on Mr. McCall and his expertise and his knowledge and his fairness, and so we appreciate that. so
Appreciate that.
much.
Thank you very much.
Nice to have somebody you can lean on.
That's right.
Absolutely.
Do we need to approve this?
I do have a recommendation for you to accept the Inspector General Audit Report 2601, which is the follow-up on district corrective actions regarding Auditor General Audit Report number 2026-022 from Law Reg Corona and Monroe.
I'll make that motion, Chair.
Second.
I got a motion and a second. Any other discussion on the topic? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, like sign. Thank you.
So we have one more report for Mr. McCall to present to you. It's the Inspector General Report 2026-02, Internal Audit for Timber Sales.
Thank you, Pam, Mr. Chair. We conducted an audit this year of your timber sales program. We did a similar audit over at North Florida Water Management District. This particular audit for timber sales revenues was for the period October 1, 2022 through September 30, 2025. As we can all appreciate, timber sales is a significant source of revenue for the districts, and this is something we should look at. We reviewed the Florida statutes. We look at your 10-year land management plan. We look at the district timber sale management standards. I won't read this old chart, but just to put it in perspective, for 2025 fiscal year, timber sales revenue was $2.1 million. There were 17 contracts awarded and 2,300 acres of timber harvested. Some things we looked at in conducting this audit, we looked at your invitations to bid, we looked at the bid evaluation, we looked at the timber sales agreement, we looked at the load sheets, we looked at the 3-part form that's used, and the settlement reports. That 3-part form is very important. We followed that form through from the beginning till the time it was all completed, all those forms. We also looked at the governor's emergency declaration relating to hurricane salvage. We agreed that lower rates are deemed reasonable given the timber's poor conditions and timeliness demand of the contractors. The longer it's set on the ground, the less valuable that timber would be. We had about 11 areas we looked at in the scope and objectives. I won't read all of those because I'm holding you for lunch, but we interviewed staff, reviewed manuals, we performed analytical procedures, we looked at the land management plan, as I mentioned earlier. We looked at selected reports, we tested the existence and accuracy of harvests by the three-way match of pre-numbered and load tickets given to the contractor. We investigated and selected salvage tracks related to Hurricane Helene and Hurricane Idalia to ensure compliance with the governor's orders, and we did a site visit. In terms of, we had only one finding in this report, and I think it was not what I call significant or material. It's something for staff to be aware of, things we can do to improve. The one finding was in our testing of timber sales contract, it revealed a few minor exceptions relative to the district's timber plan. One such exception was a blank field on an inspection log that helps reconcile a three-way match. Two other contracts were found to be missing a requisite cover sheet, sign off as required. We concluded the compensating controls mitigated any negative impact of these exceptions. I learned at the exit conference that these exceptions occurred most likely during a period when we had some staff turnover, staff departing, it just slipped. So the district, we recommended and ensure that the required fields are populated. The district commented that they were pleased that there were only 2 findings in that operational audit, and they'll ensure the required fields are populated on all relevant timber sales documentations before a document is considered complete. So in conclusion on this particular audit, and I think it was a big audit, timber sales, based on the results of our audit objectives and procedures, we concluded that the district has established a timber sales process that adequately meets the objectives outlined in the district's land management annual reports. And aside from a minor finding regarding the application of controls, which we did not consider significant to our audit conclusions, the district has maintained adequate records relating to invitations to bid, bid awards, timber harvest, timber sales and collections, and in addition, the district provided substantial evidence that it has diligently monitored contractors and harvest. We also, in this particular audit, we had an employee that we sent out to one of your timber sales, cruises and cutting. They went to Cabbage Creek Track close to Perry, and they it was probably given to Pam, I know, but a complete several pages of photos of everything that happens out in the field. And I'm sure he learned some new terms such as fellers, skidders, loaders, and haulers. But he looked at everything that went on out in the field. I was very concerned about the 3-part form you use to make sure that's done properly, that one of the forms is stapled to the back of the truck as it goes to the plant. And the plant weighs the timber, it comes back, and another copy of the form is given to someone, and the district gets a copy. And our employee actually followed the timber all the way to the plant because as an auditor, I'm always saying, what could happen that could go wrong? I wouldn't expect a log truck to pull off into a tract of land and unload some of their logs going to the mill, but we like to at least know they go to the mill every once in a while. I personally, if we do this audit again, I'd like to go out to a site where they don't know we're going and make sure that when those trucks leave the site, it has the tag on the back of the logs. There's always things that people can do that are clever. And so we try to check on that. But that was that audit. Very pleased with the results. And I think the districts are doing a good job on that.
Any questions for him?
You have any pictures of Richards in there?
No,
Richard in there?
no. I could do some stuff, but I'm standing in between you and your lunch. Miss Pam. Thank you.
So again, I want to give a big shout out to Steve Carpenter of the Land Management team and Lorna and their whole group. They do a stellar job with this whole project, and
Absolutely.
we're very proud of them.
And last year was a little
It was
special on
tough.
top of that. Yeah.
They've had a tough time, so I
Okay.
do have a recommendation that you accept the Inspector General Audit Report 2602, Internal Audit of Timber Sales from Law Red, Corona, and Monroe.
I'll make that motion.
Got a motion and a second. Any other discussion on the matter? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Pam, do you have any announcements?
Just that these acceptance will come to the board next month on the consent agenda for their approval.
Okay, thank you very much. I need a motion to adjourn our committee meeting. I got a motion down there, second over here. All in favor say aye. Thank you very much. I think, Robin, you have lunch for us in the lunchroom?